different nations in the African continent, and as people on.
Can you allow me to finish my thought? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So, Nigeria, right, is a country with borders, imaginary borders that the white man created post-colonialism, right? That's a country. However, you have different ethnic groups. The word ethnic goes back to the Greek word ethnos, which means a nation or a common descent. So the people that are from the Igbo tribe, or the Yoruba tribe, or the Hausa tribe, right, or the Akan, or the Fulani, these are different national groups or ethnic groups, right? So when you spoke, you were conflating country and nation. A nation is common descent. And the common descent that so-called black people here in the Americas, all right, so-called ADOSs, all right, American descendant of slaves, right? The nation that we descend from is the nation of Israel, right?
What? Wait, what? So I was with you when you were talking about pre-colonial nation states prior to the breakup of the African continent. You're saying transatlantic slaves came from Israel?
No.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
So Israel. Again, you're conflating country, which is land mass, and nation. Even now, in that, right?
So of the Kosa and the Yoruba.
Oh my God!
Which one of those groups were the Israelites?
So the Hausa would be descendants of the Canaanites. The Yoruba and the Igbo would be descendants of the nation of Israel. Right? You have the nation of Israel that went into the land of Canaan and established it as the land of Israel. So a land and a nation may have the same name, but they're not the same thing. Right?
When did they get from Canaan to West Africa?
They got there from the land of Canaan to West Africa through migration, through getting kicked out of the land in 70 AD.
70 AD, you're saying, is the date from which Canaanites left Canaan and traversed across the African continent to the west to the west.
No.
Okay, so I'm asking you. I don't know these facts, and so I'm just making sure I can go and do my own research after I hear your argument. I was going to say that we were largely West Africans, in the nations of which I'm not a master of, but they were broken up post-colonial. And when you said that we're descendants of, I thought the thing you were going to say was West African, Yorubas, and Igbo people, but you said Israel. So I'm trying to connect. I got Israel to Canaan. Now, how do I get from Canaan to the West African coast?
Okay, so you seem like a Go ahead, Shalapar.
Okay, so tell him to allow you to clarify.
All right. So when we look at people in general, people migrate from different places through war, through them trying to find more suitable land, things of that nature, right? It's various reasons why people migrate. The children of Israel were cast out of the land of Israel, all right, between 67 and 73 AD. In 70 AD, the temple in Jerusalem was destroyed, right, and which caused many of the Israelites that were living in Jerusalem to scatter, right? And we scattered all over the place.
And just for the record, those Israelites were black Israelites. And so when Jerusalem fell,
can you allow me to finish a thought?
Bro, you can't, it's your thought. You already know, I'm certain you know what you're about to say. You've said this 1,000 times before, I imagine. I'm just asking you to help me. So when Jerusalem fell, I can't, maybe it's because I'm idiot, I can't do all this at once.
Yes, they were black Israelites.
They were all black people. If I was living in Jerusalem during the fall of Jerusalem, I looked around, it was a bunch of me and yous.
It was all a bunch of so-called black people. Yes.
Yeah, 70 AD, they were, okay. I'm just taking notes. I'm not trying to troll.
Gotcha. Right. So between 70 AD, this again is a war. From 67, it's the first Roman Jewish war, right? Between 67 AD and 73 AD. In the midst of that 7-year war, 70 AD, the temple was destroyed, right? And during that time frame, this is where we start to migrate into the interiors of Africa, right? When we look at West African civilization, we don't see civilizations popping up in the west coast of Africa, all right, until about around 700 AD, because you had to get south of the Sahara Desert, which is one of the largest deserts in the world. So through time, we migrated in the interiors of Africa, made our ways to the west coast of Africa, built civilizations there. We're practicing remotely Hebraic customs, because the problem with the Israelites is that they would always follow the ways of the other nations, right, and mix things, right. So by the time you get to around the 1400s, right, now you start to see the slave trade starting to happen. You see 1441 with Prince Henry the Navigator.
So prior to 70 CE, you're saying there were no West African nation states, and the people who had started essentially civilization in West Africa were descendants of the Roman Jewish War in 70 CE.
So what I'm telling you is that there are no civilizations. Show me, if you can show me one civilization that existed in West Africa prior to around 700 AD, right? Then you have a case, right? But through scholarship, through research, we understand that civilizations did not start popping up. I'm not saying that people, may not have been there or traveled there, right? But when we're looking at civilizations, where you have governments, you have societies, you have sustainable societies, you don't see that till around 70 AD. I mean, not 70 AD, 700 AD, or it's around the 700. That's when you start to see that, right? And from there, we start, again, flourishing and building different city-states, kingdoms, things of that nature, right? Around the 1400s, 1441, Prince Henry the Navigator invades the interiors of Africa and steals Africans, so-called Africans. These people would have been Israelites. Then we see 1492, Columbus sails the ocean blue and enslaves the indigenous populations of the Americas. And then we start seeing, during that time period, Europeans, mainly the Spanish and the Portuguese, right? They are trading peoples during the transatlantic slave trade, bringing them from the west coast of Africa to the Americas. So this is what we see. And when we look at these people groups, the people that were put on slave ships and sent around the world, these are the descendants of the Israelites. You also have many people that were taken from the east coast of Africa and sent into the Arabian slave trade, right? You have people that were taken from the east coast of Africa and taken to East India. And those people have Hebraic customs. So we understand through biblical prophecy and history and archaeology that these individuals are the descendants of the Israelites. Are you following, Darren?
I'm hearing.
Okay. So how do we advance the conversation?
I don't know. Sounded like a lot of mixture of propaganda and faith-based argumentation. I got to see your citing and your sourcing. If your inceptional point is that West Africa are direct descendants of the Roman Israel war in, I don't even know if it was 70 CE.
You cannot be a descendant of a war.
We're descendants of Israel, and that war precipitated the exodus that you're saying started West African nations. That's new to me. I mean, I've heard people say it, but I don't know that Israel, people of Israel, were black during that time. They were certainly dark-skinned, but they didn't look like West Africans. And so if you're arguing
how do you know? How do you know that?
How do you know? Because you have documentation from Romans during the war. You have pictures and depictions of them fighting people.
Give me one. Give me one.
I'll look it up for you.
You don't have that. You believe that Jesus Christ was an Israelite from the tribe of Judah? Yes.
I believe he was an Israelite. I do not believe he was what you would and I would call a black man. I think he was more like what you would I will call a swarthy man, a light skinned.
What swarthy
mean? Swarthy is like an old white term for when you're light skinned. It was the bad word for red bone. But what I'm saying is he was not a West African.
No, it's not. Swarthy means dark skinned.
Swarthy means darker skin, and you have to understand. Swarthy definitely. Look at the people they were talking about when they called them swarthy. They weren't talking about you, brother.
Darren.
They were talking about Mediterranean. Okay, so what do you think tall, dark, and handsome means? It's also not talking about black people.
Bro.
Tall, dark, and handsome not talking about black people either. It certainly wasn't talking about us.
Oh my God, bro! Why are you? When they used it in literature.
So you guys are playing semantical games.
Can I kick this guy out?
Oh, you guys already ready to
I'm about to call him very bigoted.
over.
He's trying to get kicked off, guys.
I'm not trying to get kicked off. You guys are wanting to kick me off because you don't know how to handle
Because you're
conversations
a
with people
goddamn
that
fish boy.
disagree
Be
with you.
quiet.
I'm one person in a room of 10 people that
You're
argue,
a fish.
and you're acting like I'm bullying you.
Just stop talking.
No, you're not a bully, man.
Okay, then stop talking about
You're
why I gotta
trying to
get kicked
get
off.
yourself
Darren,
kicked off
shut
the
up.
stage. We see it all the time.
All right, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
The word swarthy literally means dark skinned.
Send my PPR.
That's what the word means. It means
I know swarthy means dark. You understand that dark is a subjective term, and
oh
depending on how white you are, anything
I
can be
don't have
dark.
time for retardation.
Wait, you don't want to hear that point?
Here.
Wait, I listened to your.
Shut up. You're an idiot. I really detest Batiman. I detest him, and he's out of here, and I'm blocking him.
Damn.
Salakia, real quick. Salakia. Shalom, family. Shalom. Yabashim
Shalom,
Shalom.
Just for the edification, he said that Christ was not dark skinned. Let's just prove it, please, because there might be people in the room that might want to know.
Absolutely, you are. All right, you are reading my mind, right? So let's get to it. All right, just the book of Revelation.
Chapter 1, verse 13 through 15.
It reads, "And in the midst of the seven candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man. The Son of Man is in reference to Christ. It says, clothed with a garment down to the foot and girded about the paps with the golden girdle." So he's wearing a long garment. It comes down to the top of his feet, right around his ankles, right? And he has a golden girdle around his waist. It says his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. So he has hair that's in texture of wool and white in color. And his eyes were of a flame of fire. And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned, past tense, in a furnace. And his voice was the sound of many waters. So Christ has a loud voice, he has woolly hair, and he has burnt brown feet. Now, Christ is known as the image of God, the image of the invisible God, right? Let's go to the book of Revelation, chapter 4, and verse 2. It says, "And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne." Who's this one that's sitting on the throne? It's the Most High God, right? So we understand that the Most High God is a spirit, but he has ontology, right? He's an ontological being, meaning he has form, right, and shape, right? So it says that he's sitting on a throne, and he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone, and there was a rainbow about the throne in the sight like unto an emerald. Right now, it wasn't a damn LGBTQ rainbow. It's a rainbow that was given as a sign that the Most High God would not destroy the earth with water anymore. But it says that he was to look upon as if he was a sardine stone or a jasper stone, right? A sardine stone and a jasper stone, they're both ruddy, reddish brown colors, okay? Showing that the Most High God, all right, who Christ is the image of, is a dark, ruddy brown being. It's simple. So if Christ was the king of the Jews, right, the king of Israel, right, if he was an Israelite evidently from the tribe of Judah, right, it would be safe to assume, not even assume, but the only logical deduction you can get to is that the people of Israel were, as he said, swarthy or of brownish dark skin, right? Not saying that they all were dark, they were all quote unquote Negro looking, right? Because I don't know what a Negro is, but these were people of color, not white, olive colored, Middle Eastern looking people. That's not what was going down, all right, in the first century AD, all right?
We are aware that you presented irrefutable facts to him. It's just his stubbornness and his arrogance and him putting up a constant resistance against those facts that actually irked you, and
Con.
I would say the rest of us as well.
You know what? Like I've see being in collegiate spaces, right? Being around, like I went to Drexel University, and Drexel University is essentially right across the street from the University of Pennsylvania. And in my dealings and with different with student life, you have a lot. Like you have a lot of Negroes who are of that persuasion, right? That are just pretentious and uppity, and they think they know what the hell they're talking about. They think they know what the hell they're talking about, and they eat up. When I tell you they eat up white supremacy, they eat up white thought, right? These guys don't understand that their whole ideology, their whole life, their lifestyle is very, very white. It's very Caucasian. When we look at these people and what they did, right? Who they descend from? They descend from the Greeks and the Romans, who were huge proponents of these alternative lifestyles. I'll be politically correct, right? They were proponents of pederasty, which was apprenticeship, and a man having sexual relations with a young boy. This is these people. These are the same people that enslaved us, all right, and engaged in something called buck breaking. And now here we are, all right, 40 years after all of that trauma that these people put us through during the transatlantic slave trade, right? During slavery here in America, right? A lot of our men are castrated and buck broken, and that guy is a prime example of that. And this is why you have all these damn Batiman in our community. This is why we have this pushing of love is love and all this nonsense. It's to destroy us as a people. This is not something that we had running rampantly in our society, right? When we saw it, guess what? It was thwarted. It was put to an end, right? Because that's not how we live. It's not natural to us. It's natural to the so-called white man, right? It's natural to the Hamites. That's natural to them. But the vast majority of Eastern societies, that was not something that was looked upon as something that was righteous or correct. It's literally adverse to society. It's adverse to life. So we got to understand that this whole movement is a form of white supremacy. It's a tool of white supremacy, and they're using that to infiltrate our communities. But these niggas are so damn. They think they're so goddamn smart. All right, and they're actually idiots because they're actually leading to the demise of their own people. With that, I yield.
No, he's not smart, Walak. He's actually in denial.
Uh, and the fact that he tried to sound smart, it's a damn shame because like you try to use big words and you think we just uneducated brothers up here. Nah, we educated brothers. We study. We go into the history. So like a video I was watching or a debate, one brother said, we're gonna attack everything you say. We're not just gonna let little words slip. You know.
The thing about it is he didn't have the answers, right? He was just saying, well, somewhere in Africa and somewhere in the West Coast and some nation and some this, like he had no direct answer. So Ariala presented a direct answer and a direct pathway. He just wanted to hit the ejectocito automatically, so he started, becoming clamorous like a woman, like a bitch. You know what I'm saying? He just started becoming clamorous, knowing that sooner or later Ariala was gonna get irritated and kick him off stage. Like Elder Macabre peeped it when he wanted to hit the ejectocito. You know what I'm saying? Because he thought he had the answers and he thought he was woke, but he realized with talking to us that he was still asleep. He was still thinking America was his nation. When I asked him if Charlize Theron was an African American, that damn white devil wench, right? Because technically she is. technically she's from Africa, South Africa, where the damn Caucasians are at, and she became an American citizen. Elon Musk, right? Was it Elon Musk like South African or something like that?
I'm not
If I'm
sure.
not, what do you say?
I'm not sure.
I gotta double check that.
Yeah,
I
that
think
would be a great point, though.
Elon Musk is a damn South African, and now he's over here as an African American. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
That term African American is so stupid, but our people still run with it because our people are asleep, man. But I see we got Revy on stage.
Oh,
I think he's
Shalom.
probably still a little hurt from yesterday.
What do you say?
I think he's still a little hurt from yesterday.
Yeah, he was a little hurt from yesterday. I still got that doctor in my back channel was hurt from yesterday too. I'm telling
That
him,
doctor, he back channeling you too?
yeah, God.
Oh my God, these guys is clowns, man. What's he saying, Shaw Paul?
He's saying that he's mad because we being homophobic and we telling strong black women to submit to men that's working at McDonald's.
Yo, you see that wickedness? You see that? This is what the educated Negro is about. You see what I'm saying? We being homophobic. You see what I'm saying? This is what the so-called educated
mhm.
Negro want us to do.
Con,
Oh my
check,
God,
check this upon. All right. So when I was in college, all right, and I've shared this before. I pledged Alpha Phi Alpha. Of course, since I came in the truth, I've denounced all affiliation with that. Right now, I remember um, I had two profiles, so two older frat brothers, right, that were straight just bots like gips, right? And I'm telling you, these niggas that go to these predominantly white, especially Ivy League institutions, they they swear up and down that they're so intelligent, right? So I had one of them, right? This nigga, well, at the time was at Princeton Seminary School. Mind you, he's a goddamn Batiman, all right? And at Princeton Seminary School, I remember made a post about that whole switch challenge, right? Where they were playing that song by Drake, and it would be a couple, and the nigga and the girl would switch clothing. And I condemned it on my Instagram, and I said, this is just another attempt of white supremacy to emasculate the black man. So this super deep smart nigga, right? Batiman had the nerve to say, "Oh, so you're homophobic now too?" And I'm like, the word homophobic literally means fear of homosexuals. No one is afraid of homosexuals. That term homophobic is as gaslighting as the term anti-Semitic is, because that term gets used and placed on people who are actually Semitic in origin, right? As if they're somehow anti or against themselves. It doesn't make sense, right? Anti-Semitic, homophobic, misogyny. These words get thrown a word as they're just buzzwords to, and they're trigger words to get you upset. But people don't know what they really mean. Again, no one is afraid of homosexuals at all. So if I'm speaking, just because I speak against that practice does not mean I'm afraid of homosexuals. So it's misleading.
exactly. My brother, he's an alpha by alpha. He wanted me to. I was never into that, man. But they had a special about it on Netflix about what they go through, the Hell Week and all of that. It's kind of crazy, if they really go through that craziness during Hell Week.
Kind, yeah, and I can only speak for what I went through. There's different chapters that go through that do different things. There's different organizations in what's considered the Pan Hellenic Council, right, or the Divine Nine, right? If you understand what Pan means, it means a cross, and Hellenic goes back to Greek. So our people are identifying themselves as Pan Hellenic, taking on Greek names, right? And these Greek names are a mask on deeper meanings of these individual organizations, right? I don't know what the other ones mean, but I know, for instance, Alpha Phi Alpha, it means first of the Ethiopians. So here it is. We got Greek, Ethiopian, and Egyptian all rolled in one. That's nonsense, right? Now, when we're going into, what goes on in a pledging process, you're getting beat up. You're essentially getting jumped into a gang. I'll be honest, right? A gang with perks, with, you have avenues to people who are in high places. You look at the founders of many of these organizations, they were members of the Boule, they were even members of Freemasonry, right? And they're of the upper echelons, or the talented 10th, as W.E.B. Du Bois would say, right? This is the avenue that you get exposed to, right? But when you go into the origins, you go deep into it. It's just our people exalting the ways of the Grecians more than the honor of their own fathers, right? Us, and then if we put our own natural spin on this thing, right? It's the development of Black Greek letter organizations it's rooted in, first, lack of identity and knowledge of self, and envying the oppressors, trying to be like Esau, trying to be like Master, trying to be accepted in his society, right? As opposed to doing something that's uniquely your own, right? That's the problem with our people. We're always trying to assimilate into the ways of the other nations, and it's detrimental to us. This is how we have continually fallen as a people, by us trying to be like the other nations. Our people are insane. We're doing the same things over and over again, expecting different results. That's the definition of insanity. But hell, you go through. They try to tie it to the transatlantic slave trade. When you first come in, you go through what's called the Middle Passage, where you're laying down, and they're just dumping buckets of water on you. They run you through a little ritual, or whatever. It's a lot of witchcraft. It's a lot of triggering things, per se. It's a lot of you getting your ass beat, right? You getting beat the fuck up, all right. And then it's just mental stuff, like how
Now,
they'll make niggas like eat
kid,
dog food mixed with uncooked rice and pasta and shit. You'll have to.
because you know that abuse of getting beat up, that's part of the witchcraft too.
Mm-hmm.
That trauma, that activates. Saying that activates certain type of how can I say, mental, like a mental stamp in your head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like you got to be that down for it because you suffered for it so much, type of thing.
con. You're right. I remember when I was going through the process. We're probably like, maybe I was online for 9 weeks, and I think this was probably around like week 6 or so. And I remember my ADP, which is Assistant Dean of Pledges, he said, "Pain is temporary, glory is forever." And at the time, I'm like, man, yeah, I get it. Yeah, like, oh, you'll be the man on campus. You'll be in these, you'll have connections and networking connections to all these people in high up places if you want to advance in society, things of that nature. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of glory that comes from that. Now, I understand now that that's all vainglory, right? But I take that principle and that idea of pain is temporary, glory is forever, and I apply it to the truth, right? Apply it to just the reality of our people, right? The pain that we go through in this world under the rulership of Esau is going to be temporary, but the glory that we'll have in our kingdom will be forever, right? But you're right, Sharp Bars. It's a lot of just mental shit that you got to go through. I remember being online. Every single time. Like, I hated every single second of it, and I remember every single time that I spoke with my parents. You know, I would cry, because it's like, damn, I'm going through all this shit and I can't even tell them about what's going on. I know that my mom will come down to the school and she'll turn this whole thing upside down, right? So it's a lot of mental stress and anguish that we put on ourselves as a people, and we put ourselves through. And the way that they spin it is as if, oh, we're breaking you down to build you back up, right? But a lot of that trauma goes back to, again, slavery, right? There used to be the masters on the slave and the taskmasters would put certain certain slaves as semi taskmasters over the other slaves. They would have you whipping your own people. So a lot of that trauma just gets passed down, um, you know, through the generations, and then we just continue to feed into it, right? Even when we look at a lot of the trauma that our people go through today, whether it's sexual misconduct, right? A lot of that stuff goes back to what happened to us during slavery, right? We were just being bred, right? The term motherfucker goes back to how they would breed us on the slave plantations. You'd be a big strong buck, right? They'll blindfold you and make you just go and have sex with any random woman. It could be your mother, it could be your aunt, it could be your sister, right? This is what they did to us. So that trauma gets internalized and it gets passed down from generation to generation. Male rats, right? There was an experiment done with male rats where they would put the rat through a maze, and every time that this male rat got to a certain point, he would get shocked, and they would keep doing it over and over and over again. And then he passed, and then within one generation, as soon as his offspring, right, whether it's male or female, got to that particular portion of the maze, they would hesitate and they would go away from it because that trauma is passed down from generation to generation. That's that post traumatic slave disorder that our people go through, man. So we got to understand that all this stuff, man, is all vain, right? The white man is not the vanguard of wokeness. He's not the vanguard of truth. He's the vanguard of lies and deception. And if we continue to feed into anything that is remotely him or aligns with his ideologies, we're again asleep. With that, I yield.
Con.
Absolutely, absolutely. But real quick, they go through that through status too. Like you said, brother, when they go up in the corporate world, 'cause I asked my brother one time, I asked him, well, if somebody came and they wanted, if you had to pick between two prospects for a job, you know what I mean, and who you're gonna hire, because eventually he had reached a certain level. Who you gonna pick? If the person's an alpha or they're not an alpha. So immediately he would pick an alpha, like instantly. I mean, not even based on the skills or what, you know what I mean? No, he's going to pick that alpha. And that's what they do, that status. When you eventually leave college and like you say, they're in a position in these different places to get you a job. And that's really what it's about. And also, like you said, you be in the man and getting the women because there's a lot of women, from what I hear, won't even talk to you if you're not, in a fraternity or the
Yep.
sisters and stuff like that. So, yeah, a lot of it is based on status. At the end of the day, it's just crazy.
Nepotism.
Con. Salaki. Yeah, it's pretty sad that a lot of our people got their heads stuck up the white man's ass, man. Just like Ariella was just bringing up. They think that they're the vanguard to wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And the crazy thing is, in the scriptures, we can see that same spirit of pride in Esau, right? And our people, because they lack understanding and they can't see, they say they have knowledge and they're smart in certain things, right? They understand history, archaeology. Some will even come up and say they know the Bible and have no clue, and that's not even open up the Bible, right? Um, that was how he got stuck. He didn't even know about that history of his own people, right? Just conflicting two different words. And this is why the Most High tells us not to follow the ways of our oppressors, man. And to touch on to what Ariel was talking about too, this whole concept is not new, right? It's nothing new under the sun. I mean, these were things they were doing even during the time of the Maccabees. When you go to, I think it's in Second Maccabees 14 and 13, and I think Ariella touched on that. It talks about that. Actually, let's bring that out real quick. Azara, you there? Azara, you there? Atwan, Atazawan. All right, I'm just going to read it real quick, and I'm going to bring up another scripture to add to it. This is Second Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 13.
Khan, I'm here, King.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Is that what I want? Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. It's just crazy. It's just crazy how people are so lost. They know so much, but can't even answer a simple question like that. Um, yeah, let's go right to the point. Second Maccabees 4 and 15. Just go to the point.
Second Maccabees, Malak.
Yeah, 4:15.
This is the book of Second Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 15. Not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Yavanim best of all.
Read it plain.
The meaning of Yavanim, what's that, Malak?
That's Grecians. So,
Okay.
but likening the glory of the Grecians best of all, right? It says not that if you read the first part, right, it says not sitting by the honor of their father. It's an honor to follow the ways of our righteous forefathers, right? Because they kept the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. That's our true heritage, right? Not following the ways of the Grecians. Go to Sirach 17 and 11, real quick. You know, it's madness, man, with our people, man. They think by sounding a certain way or following a certain way, it makes them smarter than you. That you don't know anything.
This is
All
the
right?
book of Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17, verse 11. Beside this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for a heritage.
Right. It says knowledge and the law of life. That's our true heritage. Right? Not this nonsense he was spewing up here. You know, so I just wanted to make sure we brought that out. You know, Proverbs 3:31, envy not the ways of the oppressor, man, and choose none of their ways. Right? None of his, I'm roughly paraphrasing. All right. So Israel, we got to pay attention to, you know, people that we deal with, because if you don't know anything, people like that will amaze you, right? And throw you off and cause you to follow, you know, a wicked lifestyle. But with that,
Exactly. Yeah. They try to use big words. They try to sound so intelligent. You know what I mean? But like we was reading before in Romans 1 and 22, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't know the simple things. They don't know the basic things. You can't even determine between a male and a female now. You going into some other stuff. You know, these is basic things, man. You know what I mean? That they don't even understand. And that shows you, man. That shows you well, at the end of the day, man, as we were saying, the wisdom and the knowledge of the Lord is the greatest thing, man, because that's pure. You know, the scriptures even tell you, Yahweh Shai said, he thanked for the Lord has taken these things from the prudent and have delivered it to the wise, to the babes. You know what I mean? And God, and the Most High himself have revealed certain things that they don't understand, which is the mysteries. And what showed you that is when the so-called COVID came, a lot of these guys on high levels were scared and confused and succumbed to taking vaccine shots and all of that. So what really does their wisdom value them? I mean, when you're gonna take a shot that you're not even sure what's in it to just basically gonna affect you so much in the future. This shows you their intelligence is nothing. Are you really examining?
Shalom, again.
Shalom,
Shalom,
Shai.
Shalom, Yeshaya with the fire. What's going on, huh?
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat.
Yabashua Shabbat.
Hey, Shalom, brother. Yeah, but
Another day, another
Yeah,
day,
but
another
we got
50 cent.
Tabakata.
it was good,
What say
shot.
you, brother?
Oh man, everything to all, but another day, another 50 cent.
Ka.
Uh, these people was in my back channels, but I can see they scared to come back though. I can see they scared to come back, yo. What the room chat looking like?
They don't want no smoke. Hey, we gotta find some smoke.
Khan, after yesterday's room, I don't think anybody want to come up here and challenge the elders. I don't think they. What's the best term to use? I would say I'll just say intestinal fortitude.
Cause Israelites are undefeated, man. They was talking crazy early in the morning and late last night in my back chat, but now they quiet. I'm sending them the link to the room and they quiet. Only person that answered the link was Darren, and he got confounded early and hit the ejecto seato. You know what I'm saying? So congratulations, Akim. You know what I'm saying? These people are they like chaff before the wind, man. They finished right now.
Ejectocito.
God.
Yeah,
They
Con.
running, they running.
Yeah, you could tell when they don't have the answers, man, because they'll find any way to argue with you so they can get away from here.
Yep.
But
Smoke and mirrors.
Con,
No
Con.
answers, Sway. You don't have the answers. Yeah. And that's what it is. And when they can't defeat you, when they can't combat your wisdom, they begin to get upset and curse and mock you like babies and cry and say you unjust and you won't let them speak and that type of stuff. This is their way when they can't confound you. Because they ain't gonna be able to confound us. Because why? We're sticking to the word of the Most High. Yahushua said it in that day. He will give you things to speak that your adversaries won't be able to confound you with. And this is what they don't understand. But
Con.
you can keep trying. You can keep trying. We here.
Con. Hey,
Con,
Abdullah,
con.
real quick, let me just get a scripture to link up to what the elder just said. I just, if you don't mind, go to Psalms 119 and 98. Yeah, this keeping the laws of God, man. It really makes you wiser than a
Absolutely.
lot of these demons out here.
Shalom, sis.
Shalom, King. This is Elijah.
Oh, like,
Oh, he's
He
wise as
pulled a
cow.
Sean Paul.
Whoa!
Shalom.
Shalom,
Shalom.
man. So
Shalom, shalom.
Oh man,
oh,
hey,
Salak,
Shabbat.
Ari. I think Ari was gonna say something real quick. Oh, well, go ahead. Y'all want to say something?
No,
Go
I just
ahead.
wanted to bring out a quick scripture. Just go to the point, and I'm gonna yield to our side.
What precept was that, Malak?
Psalms 119 and 98. Baba Rishon.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 98.
Start at 97. Baba Rishon. Salakia.
Verse 97. Oh, how I love your law. It is my meditation all the day. You, through your commandments, have made me wiser than my enemies, for they are ever with me.
Right. So through the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, it makes us wiser than our enemies. Right. Sometimes people of your own nation could be your enemy. Right. Doesn't mean that we hate them. It just means that we correct them through the knowledge and wisdom we get from the scriptures. Right. In some cases, in some conversations, if you just stick to that, you don't even really need to get into their own world. You confound them. So that's the amazing thing about the scriptures. This is why we got to trust in it. You know, it has all the answers. Everything you can think of, the scriptures answers it. Right? But I'm just drop it there so out of sight can go ahead and add to the topic. Go ahead, out of
Con,
sight.
con, the water king. I just, you know what I'm saying? I just came more to let everybody know, man. You know what I'm saying? They killed me. They shut my room down. You know what I'm saying? I'm having a hard time getting back in. But man, them damn sodomites, man, they went and probably made mad reports on my room to get my room shut down. They ain't give me no warning or no nothing. I was in the middle of running the room yesterday, and they just shut me down right in the middle, kicked me out my own shit, son. But
Yeah, I
but I
understood.
need whoever knows how to make a new account or whatever, or how to freak that, man, I need the help to do that. So if somebody who knows how to do it could contact me and walk me through it, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I got you out of sight. I gotta make another one for McCarthy anyways. So I'll get you up on
Macabre
here.
got kicked too.
Nah, he had a backup one. Um, I couldn't access it yesterday, so I want to make another one for him because I think every one of us should have a backup account just in case if we have to deal with certain topics and we don't have to worry about getting our account clipped, you know. So, but I got you
Con.
though.
The Water King, I
So,
appreciate it, man. If you need my math, you could get it from Elder Terrell, any of the brothers up there that have it. And just hit me up, King.
Con,
right.
con.
So Ari,
Cry baby
all you
devils, man.
all you do is you keep that code and that number, right? When you want to log into that other account, right?
Yeah, what you do is when I set the account up, send you the code. It's good for that time. But if you log out of it, this is what I always recommend to everybody. If you got two devices, right? Have one account in one and leave it there, and have the other one in the other one and leave it there. That way, you never have to keep logging out and logging in. So if you got to deal with a certain topic, you just switch to your other device and just deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I usually keep the numbers. So if you ever need to log back in, I can log you back in. But for some reason, with my probs yesterday, it just kept giving me an error every time I try to get to log into that number so I can use it. But it's not a big deal. I have different outlets that I use to get and generate new accounts. So I'll just make new ones for both of y'all.
Hey,
Con, the
that's
Water
why I took
King.
a nosedive. I took a nosedive into the audience yesterday. I did not want to get clipped.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, Shaw
surprised.
Paul told you. Shaw Paul had us on a suicide mission. Shaw Paul put us on a suicide mission yesterday.
I had to
I had
evade
to
the mission.
get, yeah, yeah. You
I
had
ain't
to
go.
jump out the helicopter.
I ain't
God,
gonna
we
that was
did.
lie,
Hey,
We
hey,
avoided the mission, man.
I
I
was in
saw
the
Hey,
one.
hey,
audience like a
Shaw, hey,
law-abiding
Shaw Paw done
citizen,
had us
y'all.
on a few of them. He done had us on a few of them suicide missions. I don't know how
All
he
right, bet.
survived.
God. Hey,
Hey,
I was
yo,
in the audience like a law-abiding citizen, like I ain't did shit.
hey, yesterday I kept looking in the audience. I saw a lot of y'all in the audience. I'm like, what the hell you doing
God.
over there?
Yo, I was an innocent kid yesterday in the audience, man. I'm telling you, I had nothing to say. Yo, that was hilarious.
Most High willing. Well, Most High willing, we brave that though. You know,
Yeah,
Shaw
but
Paw.
you know the funny thing, Ari and Shaw Paul and Elijah tell you, man, they got him like 2 days later, right, Elijah? What was it, 1 or 2 days later?
They clipped him yesterday.
Yeah, but he had did the room the day before. He did the room the day before.
Con. They didn't give me the same day. They waited to 2 days later. You know what I'm
Yeah,
What?
saying?
because
They
they
waited
have
two.
to investigate it. A lot of times they got to listen to the actual clip of where you went off. And that's how they justify it and they shut the account down. My first account, it was the same way. They didn't do it right away. It was a day later. It was like the next day. I tried to log in and it was jacked up. So yeah, they kind of go through it to see where you violated their terms, right? So yeah, man, it's crazy, man. They do not want us to talk, man, in these damn apps. It's like it, Shai. Go.
And if you the creator of the room, you automatically getting clipped. You know what I'm saying? Like they might not clip nobody else, but if you're the creator of the room, you automatically getting clipped. if it get reported like that.
That's
Yeah, because we
crazy.
was all in there. We was all in there, like, and we was modded up. Like I was the moderator, Macabre was the moderator. I think Ari was the moderator. Yeah, we was all moderators
You know
in
what
the
it
Yeah,
is?
same
I
room.
think I think it's when the brother came in there, when the dude came in there from Iran talking about he want to burn the homosexuals and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I shut him down, but you know what I'm saying? He had already said it though, so they probably used that. Cause other than that, everybody was respectful, man. You wasn't violating them or nothing. You know what I mean? But yeah, it is what it is. But I'm gonna give my wife back her phone so she can finish getting edified listening to the brothers, and I'm gonna finish doing my morning routine. But Ari, thank you, man. I definitely need that other account, man.
Yeah, I got you, Ak. Once I get
The
situated, I'll make them for y'all. I got you.
the
You over
Water
there
King.
fiending.
You
You
know,
over there
John, it's
fiending.
getting a little
I land
warm
my
out there
plane. I
out of
land my
sight.
plane.
Con,
It's,
con,
it's,
con.
he over there
is
having
it warm in
withdrawals.
Milwaukee now?
Nah, he have a mad withdrawal.
It's getting there.
Yeah, all right, I
It's
got you.
getting there.
I land my
But
plane. I land
I'm a
my
big
plane.
Joe
I land my
Shalom,
plane.
King.
I land my plane. I land my plane. That's the withdrawals.
God, bug it out.
Yeah,
God,
man.
that's what these devils, that's what these demons doing, man. They talk about freedom of speech, but it ain't really no freedom of speech. Because if you say certain things, they gonna just knock you down.
We need Elon Musk to buy Clubhouse too.
God.
Shalom, shalom. Who got clipped yesterday?
Shalom, shalom.
What's up?
Uh, Out of sight, brother Elijah.
Oh wow. Yeah, we were talking about that. After I left, I told y'all what's up. Somebody is guaranteed to be clipped out of that room, bro. Bro, y'all gotta real. There's
God.
no way you could have a conversation with these people and it not get reported, right? It's not gonna happen. It's impossible to happen, right? Like,
Yeah, brother, but that wasn't the room. It was a room he made like 2 days
oh,
before
he
that.
made the room. Oh, I
Yeah,
thought
room
you were
he
talking about
had made.
the kosher breakfast room from yesterday.
Yeah, nah, it's a
So
room that he
everybody
made.
came out of that room unscathed. Nobody account was clipped.
Yep,
So far,
Everybody came out clean so
Yes,
far.
that's good. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah, I
God,
stayed in
I
the
hope.
audience, man.
Is that Azrael? Shalom, shalom, alak.
but
Yeah,
I had another account.
yeah,
I came in under another account, so it don't
uh,
even matter if they clip
Yeah.
me.
yeah.
Mm.
This is my backup account though. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. The my main account got like I think 1,200 followers now. But this is my backup account because I was expecting something.
yeah,
You know what I'm
you of all people should know.
saying?
Yeah.
I'm surprised the room is still there. Like usually when we do
It-
those rooms, you already know, King, that thing could be gone within 2-3
yeah,
hours.
yeah, but they kept it up there. You know
Yeah.
that
I
that
told
that.
you, Shaw Paul. Shaw Paul put us on a suicide mission. I told you that.
Yeah, they were saying some wild things in that room yesterday, though. That was insane, right? You know,
Yo, if you would just go to the replays of the room, I can just read the comments, yo. Like it was utter madness. Everything
yeah.
was utter madness.
After the so-called doctor came up and said that male and female isn't determined by genitalia, I was like, I'm out. I can't stay for this shit. But you know all praises the brothers were able to weather that conversation and came out unscathed. But it just goes to show how deeply insane and delusional our people are when it comes to this movement. Like, people have really been bewitched, right? It's we got a lot to deal with. It's still a lot of work,
God.
you know. You had the other Northern Kingdom sister that came in that says she's not a part of the community, but she's a lesbian. And she practiced what she calls or believes to be spirituality. I was like, yo, what is going on? But,
Yeah,
I
all the
think we all
spirits, all the
know
spirits
about
came
that.
to the party.
Yeah, this
Con,
definitely been the op that exposed me to like the reality of the situation when it comes to a lot of different topics, right? So yeah,
Oh,
y'all got it, bro.
con. And it lets you know what we really deal with at camp.
Come on.
It's not a game. Hey, listen, man, that homosexual demon at camp is the most violent. I say it all the time. We got June coming up. I ain't looking forward to camp that month because that's the gay month, man. And them demons are violent.
I tell it to my brothers all the time. The homosexual demon is by far the biggest demon in the earth right now, right? And you know that encapsulates more than just uh, your, you know, the ordinary homosexuality. You got pedophilia caught up in that. You got, you know, all of this pederosity shit caught up in that. That's one of the most powerful demons in the earth right now, and that's
Uh,
really got our people involved too, to degrees that I wouldn't even think that Jake would be involved at, right? But you know, the fact remains they caught up in all the transgender shit, everything that deals with that demon. Jake is caught up with, and it's a sad thing to see, you know.
hey, look, listen. Even the homo thugs, the gang life, they're running around here in Jersey. You know, instead of beefing hard, they raping niggas. Like it's really
Wow, you
involved.
heard? Yo, it's a dreadful demon, bro. It's
Wow.
insane. I heard brothers were
And
talking about that same thing happening in DC. You know,
God, brother.
uh, I was gonna say, shoot, we came across two sisters, man, during camp last. I think it was last Saturday. Yeah, it was last Saturday, and they were holding hands, and the brother wasn't really paying attention, but the elder, he said, "Y'all got time for the words of the Lord." She kind of got an attitude with the elder. She said, 'cause she was walking that, she said that was her wife. She got disrespectful. She was like, "Don't you talk to my wife like that?" You know, and it's getting bad out here. It's getting real
come
bad. And it vexed me because you talking to an elder like that. See, if I was teaching, I would have turned up on. Hey, it would have got reckless.
it would have gone crazy. But you know what, bro? I was saying this the other day, right? When shit hits the fan, and like all of these people that our people included, everyone that got caught up in this whole transgender shit, and they cut off from the estrogen and the testosterone, right? You're gonna see some mutant looking people out here, bro. Right? When shit is defined. You cannot keep up this facade forever, right? And when these people get weaned off of these medications and these injections and hormonal injections, it's gonna get bad, and it's gonna get bad quick, right? So, yo,
Yeah.
go
Uh,
ahead, Choco.
Azriel, did you witness yesterday though the so-called black women, the feminists that came up here and started fighting for the trannies?
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't stay. I heard Doctor, I heard the Northern Kingdom sister talking about, you know, she's a lesbian, but she practices what she believes to be faith and spirituality and a couple
yeah,
more things, and then I left. Like, I couldn't stomach it anymore. But,
yeah, they was really over here trying to justify, you know, a transsexual in a female's jail that's raping women. That's how indoctrinated they
Wow.
are.
Eve is sick. Eve is sick, right? Watch this. Last year, when the Northern Kingdom sister got her skull cracked open by that transgender in MMA, right? They were cheering that. They were cheering on this transgender being welcome into female MMA, right? And she was one of them, you know. And the Most High had her in the ring with this devil, and she got her shit cracked, literally, right? Skull fractured, all that shit. But Eve is the biggest proponent in this homosexual agenda and they don't know it. They have the homosexual friends. They wear them like a purse and a handbag, like a some damn accessory, right? They perpetuate the weakening of our men with this homosexual agenda, right? They like it for some reason, the demons be on them, and they just love having homosexual friends and condoning the bullshit, bro. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all that happened yesterday, at all, because that's what Eve does. I don't get it. I don't understand. You want to be you want a man to be in competition with you. Make it make sense, right? Because these transgenders, they don't go after uh gay men. They want straight men. That's the game in the order of the day, right? To go out and look for what the women are looking for. And it's madness. It's madness. But like the elder said, there's a lot to be done and it's real. It ain't a game. These demons are out here for real, you know, and they're running amok. It's insane.
God, it's war. This is war.
Well, I was just gonna say, I say during the summertime, man, that's where the freaks come out. So just
Uh,
brother, just be expecting a lot of homo LGBT members to be out here during this time. You know,
yeah, Khan, and I agree with with Elder McCobb. Like they the most violent. If you look at it statistically, homosexual relationships have the most cases of domestic abuse more than any other relationship dynamic in the world, and that's all over because it's an imbalance. You can't have a woman pretending to be a man with another woman, right? You already go off an unstable creature as a woman. Now you're trying to fill a man's role and do what a man does and be aggressive. You can't do it, right? A couple of years ago, even where I'm out here in the Bahamas, there was this guy, right, homosexual, came home, saw his boyfriend with another with another gay guy. I don't mean to laugh because if you don't laugh, you cry sometimes, right? He killed both of them in the house. Called the police and waited on the police to get there. These people are unstable. They have the spirit and demon on them is so heavy. They don't understand and know what they're doing, right? By practicing this abominable act, they open up themselves to all type, of spiritual manipulation from the left hand side, right? This brother killed both his his boyfriend and the man he was with in the house and waited on the police to get there, bro. Like it's crazy how bad this is, right? It's horrible, and it's not just over there. Right? We know, America is Lucifer, the light of the world. So whatever happens over there and is condoned and is pushed, all the world gets a trickle of it, and that's no different. Back in the day, it would be it was an embarrassment for a homosexual to walk down the street, right? You would get bullied, ridiculed, damn near killed. But now, slowly but surely, it started to be accepted. Now you see uh, butch and dyke women dressing up blatantly like men, walking hand in hand with women. Even over here in the Caribbean, I never thought I'd see the day. I never thought, but this is where we are, right? And if
God,
Wow.
you speak out against it as a politician, you damn near end your career, right? America will come after you, and over here, we have a British influence from those Edomite devils over there in the UK. They come out, and then you got your Amnesty International that's saying that it's unfair treatment of homosexuals and homophobic, or we have Jake has no control. Although these Caribbean islands are mostly predominantly controlled by us and black faces, you don't really have control overall because we can't put in any laws against homosexuality. If we do, we can't borrow from the international bank. We basically can't do anything. So Edom controls the whole facet. of what we call freedom, right? Because it ain't no real freedom. They're in control of it all, you know, and they do it from an economic standpoint. And if you don't go along with the narrative that they push, then guess what? Your country gets wiped out. Your dollar gets devalued. You know, that's the game, right? But it's bad. This homosexual demon is the biggest in the earth, right?
Uh, uh,
You want to say something?
hey, yeah, Salakia, Shalom, fam. Uh,
Oh, Shalom,
I'm
King.
kind of in this. What's so crazy is me and my wife were talking about this morning, but we were talking about being homophobic. I think it's more homophobic to not speak against it because it's just a fear of gay. So to not speak against it is the fear of it. You know what I mean?
Come.
Um, and another thing me and my wife were saying was like the fact, like with the whole pride. You know, they always say pride come before the fall, and we already know that Edom is already extended for destruction. So I think that's all a matter of time. But the fact that they use the rainbow, like I feel like the rainbow is really drawing to kids. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's leaning towards pedophilia. I always tell people that because I mean, those bright colors normally draw kids in. You know what I'm saying? It's funny that y'all use something like
No, go
that
ahead.
to represent pride. But feel like you go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Right now, right? I brought this out in the news the other day. They're trying to do away with the word pedophilia as it relates to adults wanting sexual relations with children, right? Because it's been demonized so much. You know, you had that year with QAnon and all that shit that was released right before Trump lost the election, and you had all of these pedophiles that was in court, and those court documents that got leaked on Twitter. They're trying to do away with the word pedophilia, so they want to change that to minor attracted persons, right? This is what they're doing. So watch this. I came across some information the other day, and I brought it out in the news yesterday. Um, so Google has this thing now. They want to implement this feature, and they will be implementing a feature on Google Docs, right? And if you know, when the pandemic was at its peak and the children were home from school, mostly everybody in every school were using Google Classrooms, right? And Google Docs is a little add in into the whole Google suite of applications, right? So what they want to do is what they call uh, put in trans, not trans, but inclusive language is what they call it, right? Into the text. So let's say, for example, your child writes an essay about the pregnancy of, her mother in the household or whatever, and she writes a sentence that says, I watched my mother breastfeed my little sister after she came home from the hospital, right? Google wants to put inclusive language to change all of that. So if she types that in, it's going to say, I watched my mother chest feed, right? So they want to change out any language that's gender appropriate or gender assigned, right? To have this inclusive shit. So they want to change, let's say the word policeman. They want to change that to police officer, which doesn't make any sense because if you're in a conversation and you're describing a police woman, you wouldn't say police woman or police men. You would say police officer, right? But they want to put this in the text in inclusive language. So breastfeeding would be chest feeding. Uh, Pregnant woman would be birthing person. Shit like this. So they're already trying to create a situation where the children adapt to this type of language, and now you're going to have a whole generation grow up and believe that you could be gender fluid and what you're born with between your legs doesn't constitute as what you are, right? A man or a woman, you could be whatever, right? So, yo, the shit is getting real, bro. So what you were talking about it being a pedophilia agenda, that's definitely the case, right? That's what they want to do.
And
And
it's
you,
for the
that's,
madness, bro.
yeah,
It's
that's what
crazy.
they want to do, bro. You could check it out for yourself, right?
I'm
Uh,
gonna have to. Uh,
so
um,
I was telling the brothers and sisters yesterday in the room we were in, because we have these little chill rooms from day to day. If you don't have a child now, I don't think it'd be a good look or a good decision to go and have a child 2, 3, 4 years from now, because the way things are going and the way these people are trying to change the dynamic of life and just change up the natural order and things, God's order of things, is gonna get bad, like super bad. Like
uh,
to have a whole.
Salaki,
Go ahead, King.
Salaki, real quick. Yeah, this is why we always encourage our people to gather together and come back to their own people, right? Because we always want to promote us having children. But that's a great point, Azrael, what you brought up. As in, and I would say that would apply more if you live in the world, right? Because you're going to be caught up in that. But in the nation of Israel, we definitely promote us having more children. But a lot of it too is we got to gather together, right? Govern our own selves according to the scriptures, teach our own children. You know what I mean?
Most
And
definitely.
start really pulling them out of this public schools, man. But I hear what you're saying, though.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
and Salakia,
uh,
but I understand what you're saying, but I mean, like, it's that bad, Ari, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, we definitely got to pull our children out of these public schools. And the good thing about it too, another good thing that we rejoiced over in the news when I brought it out, is that our people are the highest percentile of people not to put their children back in school after the pandemic. So a lot of people that had to do the homeschooling and was there in the meetings or listening to the children while they were in school online, they were like, forget this shit. I'm not sending my child back to school. So last year I think it was like at the end of 2021, it was like 43% overall nationwide of black people not having their children return to school after school was deemed open and safe to come back to. Right, and I think it was a 7.8% jump overall. So the highest uh, percentile of people not returning to school is our people, blacks and Hispanics. Right? So I hope that trend continues, but we definitely got to group together and look at some alternative means of educating our children, because the public schools ain't gonna do it. It just
uh,
at this point in time, they're already talking about um, doing away with the idea that your child is your child, right? Your child is, and incorporating the idea of our children. So whatever the state or the government has, for your child and wanting your child to learn in these schools should supersede or hold just as much credence as you as the biological parent, right? This is the agenda that's being pushed now. So, yo, the darkest days are definitely ahead, right? We got to gird up spiritually, physically, in every which way, because it's about to get real, real, real bad, right? What
yeah,
you
it's gotta come to an end, bro. Cause I'm scared for my kids, man. I, I know if a girl gives birth to, I'm like, first of all, bone structure alone. You can look at an old bone of a man or a woman, and you can determine the gender by the bone, right? So without that genitalia, if y'all want to go that route, you can still find through bone fragments what gender the person was, for one. Number two, it's so crazy that they're trying to do this stuff because, like, I gotta worry about my sons or my daughter when they get older, what they're coming in front of. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it could be a man that look like a woman, and they doing it at a young age now. If this kingdom got to come to the end soon, or this is gonna be, you know what I'm saying? This is gonna be crazy,
and not even that, because children are innocent, right?
right,
I don't want to
bro?
exist or
Like,
live in a world where if my child looks at a person and believes them to be a woman and addresses them as a woman,
or a man and addresses them as a man, and they're being a transgender, and they get, reprimanded for not using the correct pronouns towards somebody or some dumb shit like that, right? So, I agree with you 100%. This place got to go, you know?
Yeah.
See, look through the education that we have to give them ourselves. We're gonna have to educate them on how to speak. You know what I mean? But also, what the other brother was saying is vetting people. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's gonna be more important to vet people. Like, okay, especially a young boy trying to, if he's at a dating age, right? Once he grows up and he's at a dating age, he's gonna, we're gonna have to teach them how to. Okay, everybody got to meet this person. You know what I'm saying, before you deal with this person, right? So, if they're trained up in the right way, we'll be able to combat this BS. But if we let them, what the topic says, if we let them, they're not gonna be woke. You see what I'm saying? What they're trying to do is make everybody be another level of sleep. Like right now, people are already asleep, but they're trying to put people on the, you know what I'm saying, under another level of hypnosis and sleep. So it's gonna take, like Makai was talking about yesterday. We really got to stop BSing and get these people, these teachers who no longer have jobs and who don't want to teach in the public schools together. These Israelites, and get them into some kind of home.
Mm-hmm.
Every
Con,
parent
I
could
was just
actually
going
put,
to
yeah, every parent could actually put money together to make sure that these teachers get the same salary. And I'm talking like not even, probably wouldn't even take a lot of money from each parent. You see what I'm saying? Or however we do it. I also, someone, I don't know who it was, I think it was Taya, in certain states you get money for homeschooling each child. So that money could also go towards paying those teachers' salaries. So we can put together curriculums that could circumvent anything that they're trying to teach our kids in the future. You see what I'm saying? With that, I yield.
Con, Shakalaka is coming up here. I just seen her raise her hand. Her auntie is teaching her kids. I'm sure she got something to say about that. Shalom,
Khan.
Shakalaka.
Shalom family. Yeah, my aunt, she's in the truth too. And she teaches homeschooling with my kids 4 days out of the week, for a couple hours. But everything she teaches comes straight out of the Bible, or she compares it to the Bible. She uses the Bible as a guidance. So if anybody, she's in the audience as well, as Ash, ASH. If you all want to back channel her, and talk to her about it, she could give you more information on it and link up with everyone.
All praises. Because you know what? And I was telling Shower Park at Passover, if you saw his little man, you know what I'm saying? Man, and his garment and his staff, and he was shalawaming everybody and, saluting and all of that. And little man can't even form full sentences. But guess what? That's who the enemy is afraid of. He's not afraid of us because the scriptures clearly say that if we raise our children up, they will grieve the enemy. And that's what they're afraid of, man. So yeah, man, we've always been a special and smart people. They're firing our teachers that are in this community. So we need to gather them up and pull our kids out. We got the technology. They showed you what to do during the pandemic. You understand? We need to do this, man. And it's severe, man. They coming after our babies hard. You know what I'm saying? And I yield.
Yeah, most def. We got the resources, and like Elder McCobb said, they taught us what to do. We got, children were down there doing homeschooling for almost a year and a half, right? From home, they got on the computers every day. Basically, every child already has a tablet playing these games and whatever. So, the resources are there, but we just need to find the human resources now, and collecting the teachers that, the ones that didn't want to take the vaccine or go back to school, was just, disenchanted with the whole system, wanting to teach his children about gay sex and all of the different bullshit. There's a lot of teachers out there that I'm sure would be willing to take on the task to, especially of our people that would do it, right? They just need to be paid, right? But yeah, we definitely got to come up with ideas and ways to to survive the onslaught from this devil because, like Elder McCobb said, and it's a fact, they're coming after the baby's hard, bro. Like that's no joke.
Most High willing. He
Well,
uh he provided the ammunition. He
mm-hmm.
provided an escape for us. So now it's time for us to utilize this ammunition and go through the crack in the door, so to speak. He left an opening, so it's time for
Right,
us to take.
right, right. It's like honestly, it's like he's putting pieces. He's taking pieces of the puzzle, and like they're kind of scattered. Like these teachers losing their jobs and not wanting to work. You see what I'm saying? And now we don't want our kids dealing with all this wickedness that they bringing in. The Most High actually putting these pieces out there, and it's up to us to put them together. See what I'm saying? We got to get together to put it together, though.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead,
Shalom,
King.
shalom, grand rising, kings and queens, man. It's just a blessing to be on the platform once more. I just want to start off. Could I read a scripture right quick, and then I just want to say something on it.
God.
Is there a reader here, please?
Anybody available
Yeah,
to read?
go ahead, King. I can read it for you. Ain't a problem.
Hey, bless up, King. Yeah. 2 Corinthians 6 and 7. You know what? Start from 60.
Oh, okay. You said 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 16.
Yes, sir. 16 to 17.
All right, cool. It's the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 16. And it reads, "And what agreement had the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God. As God had said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate, saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you."
All praises, all praises. So, just listen to you guys. Ari, I think I was talking to you, also sharing the vision. Just getting away. Like the vision I had is to leave the island I'm from, Azriel. I mean, I think I talked to you once, maybe once or twice. I think you live in Nassau, right? If I'm correct.
Come,
All right. Yeah, I'm from Grand Bahama. My family is from Nassau, and by way of Eleuthera. So,
all praises.
yeah. So the vision I saw was really getting away from the cities. The two places we're from is mainly the cities, and all that garbage and the pollution you guys are talking about. For sure, we never expect the islands to be like the way it is now, and it is getting worse, right? And you don't want your kids exposed to that. I remember the last time I took my son. I mean, that's many moons ago, but I remember taking him to Jonkanu, and there was a sissy guy, we call them sissies, right? Who was actually leading the girls in the dancing. And he asked me, he said, "Why is he there when there's all kind of good?" I said, "Listen to me. This would be the last time he comes to something like this." And the crazy part, what I hate more than anything, was the females was laughing. Like our ladies was actually entertained by a guy dancing like women. So I even approached them. I said, "Why y'all laughing at that? If that was your son, how would y'all feel?" They kind of just blow it off like, it is what it is. Da, 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 da. And this is the mindset our people have.
So I always realize, I'm different. I don't tolerate stuff like that. And I thank God for His Spirit to show me and to show my people stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the vision I'm seeing, and I think, like I was telling the brothers, is just getting away from the filth, right? As much as you could. It's not like we could pretty much disappear from it right now until the Most High returns, until a sky crack. But what it is preservation is what I see he's doing for his children right now. So I saw the vision of the island I'm on now, right, which is way more secluded. I saw building farms, which I already started, getting properties, building communities for Israelites, for his people who will worship him, people who will obey him, people who will, keep his law, statute, commandments, and live more of a clean life. And that's where we could actually teach our children, in our own way, and just separate ourselves from these heathens. And I yield.
Come, come. You know, not everybody has the power to do that right now, but I mean, I understand. That's more. I view it more as an extremity, right? That's extreme. But if you can, and you have the means to do it, by all means, right? But I think the separation at this point needs to be more mentally and spiritually, right? Not to fall into the traps that they have laid out. And what do I mean by that? As simple as this whole language curtail that they're trying to accomplish and achieve, stay away from trying to use pronouns and all of the different bullshit. Just do not go along with the narrative, you know? But I feel where you're coming from, brother. And I understand what you're saying completely because a lot people have that mentality. I see basically every other day, I see a new Israelite over there in the States talking about leaving and going to Ghana and places like that. But I think the separation has to come from, your mind and your spirit. You got to be set apart from this place in those ways. And, like I said before, if you have the means to do it physically and, set yourself apart, then by all means. I agree with the community aspect as well. If we could come together and create more communities, it would be a much bigger benefit to us as a people and as a whole, right? But the organization and getting Jake to really, collaborate together and be of one mind and be on one accord to that end and to that extent, I think that's where the difficulty is going to come in. But I agree with your statement.
All right. So think of it as like the Amish people, right? Like right now, even which is crazy, even on this island I'm on now, there's an Amish community, and they pretty much live kind of as much as they could off the grid, but they work as a family and they have different trades. So they have their community and they work together, and they actually respect it. They actually respect it as, okay, this is their belief, this is their religion. I'm not saying we might actually get the exact same thing, but as far as creating our own industry, right? And this is only we're already passing the time, right? But we're trying to do it to the best of our ability, especially for our kids. Because like you were saying, it's almost, I mean, you feel like you shouldn't even have no kid based on what's going on now, right? I know that's just a sentiment, but at the end of the day, that's kind of becoming more real and real, or that feeling. But right now, I think it's still on us to be wise, use what God gave us, and the resources will come. The vision is not mine. The vision is His. So I don't worry about the resources and this and that because I already see it taking place. Things are being put in my hand that I never had access to. So, like I say, the vision is doesn't belong to me; it belongs to God. That I hear.
Come. Come. And like I said, it's understood. And if you could get like-minded individuals in this truth in Grand Mahama to come along and join you on that, and be aligned with that mission, then all praises. That's a good thing. That would definitely be a good thing. But I'm talking about in the macro scale, right? To get all of our people in this truth to be like-minded on one accord when it comes to building up a community, it's going to be hard, right? It's like the parable uh, of the man that asked Christ about what he could do to be righteous and enter into the kingdom of heaven, right? And he said, how much people do you know right now are going to leave their homes where they are in the city, right, and join the community and live righteously, right? That's going to be few and far between. Some people will say, oh, I don't need to do that to be righteous, and so on and so forth. But if we could get a good majority of our people to think that way and to believe that, if we come together and congregate and, pool our resources to build a community, then that's another thing. But
God.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
I'm
actually, the HOI is already working on that. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
I know HOI has a project doing that. Um, and that's good. It's a very good thing. But I think we need more of our people and more camps, more organizations in general to come together to do things like that, right?
Yep. That's what drew me to HOI. I was telling brother Ariane McCobb, I saw where the elder was talking about it and purchasing properties and building communities. So it's not me saying that the whole Bahamas will be on this, bro. it's just the one third.
I know.
I'm not talking about trying to get the
Yeah,
politicians
I understand
to sign
exactly.
off. Right.
You know, it's like Elder Zabak always say, the Jews require a sign, right? So it has to be an example first. So what we don't care. We'll step out on a limb and try to be that example to the best of our ability. But the Jews require a sign, so they have to see this thing work before they. You see what I'm saying? Like for some reason, that's the nature of our people. They have to see it in motion and working before they get on board, and we know that. So that's why we don't. We just move. We don't worry about what everybody else is doing.
Con,
Because eventually, that's just the scripture said the Jews require a sign. When they see what you did, they will follow.
agreed. I agree.
Khan, and that's why I said I was drawn to you guys, because you guys also, it's a sign. Yeah, that was, when I was still in Grand Bahama when I even saw that. So it lined up with the exact same vision. So that's like what I said, is you guys in HOY, I gravitate to more what you guys doing compared to some who would say, oh, well, no, you can't hide from nobody. Where you trying to go in the bush? XYZ. You know what I mean? I think the small-minded people also in Israel, but to each his own. They got to do what they're supposed to do.
The Jews require a sign. We got a lot of ideas, but nobody's gonna jump on it until they actually see it already working. That's how people are. It's funny, but that's just it.
Con, and that's Fox. Shalom, Aliyah. What's up? Oh, yeah, what's up in there? All right. So speaking on the HOI project, y'all have a completion date set out, or y'all just gonna continue building?
Continue building. There's no set date. Um, I think we got a brother that may be moving onto the land soon. He's working on getting the stuff built. So it's like, people are putting together their resources to do whatever they got to do. So everybody's timeline is going to be a little different.
Come. All praises for that. And, I pray the Most High bless that endeavor and that becomes a success. And like you said, that becomes a sign to show what's possible, Because I feel our brothers and sisters over there in mainland America are going to need that congregation the most, right? Because, when the shit really hits the fan, Babylon is definitely going to be, the height of the drama, right? So that's definitely much needed.
Khan, with our Abba, all things are possible.
Con.
And it's just so beautiful. Like when you look at it, um,
You keep breaking up, brother.
Yeah, the Aka's in the Matrix.
Still in the Matrix, King.
Yeah, what happened? When I started talking, nobody want to talk no more or something?
Yeah, I did notice a slight moment of silence, Malakim.
Good.
Con. You know it is. More than time people making moves. I was making a few moves, man. But let me reset the room, man. This your kosher breakfast. How to get it? Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it and the heathen fears it. Because every morning brothers bring the swords out. Let you know what the law about. And turn the clubhouse to the Lord's house. We're going to bring it out. If you haven't already, go to the top of your screen and click that little green house. Make sure you following these platforms. Make sure you following the moderators and the people on stage, spreading wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Because what we're doing is building a major platform where this word is coming out 24/7, 365, pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes, and pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi to your Hawashai, crack the sky, or praise to the Most High. This is your kosher breakfast, right? And today's topic is white people don't determine what's woke, and niggas are asleep. Kwame Ashraf.
Calm yourself.
Come.
Yeah, man. Is the a reader on deck? We get the scripture out, man.
I got you, King. What you need?
Yeah, we get Isaiah chapter 61.
Khan.
Start at verse 1.
Khan. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, from the top. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord had anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He had sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound.
Right. All this is also found in Luke chapter 4. Right. Because Yahushua saying, listen, man, this is what I'm going to be doing, and my followers have to do the same, man. Restoring sight to the blind. A lot of our people don't know what the hell is going on. It's like they don't see it, right? They need you for protection, integrity, guidance, man, these last days. You know, we have an opportunity now, right, when the world is covered in darkness, to be that light. Now, a lot of our people going to reject the light because it's too bright for them. And I can't wait to see that day. Kwame Asherala.
Kwame Asherah.
Yeah, man. We gotta be the light. We gotta be the example. You know, our people don't know what to do. Obviously, you know what I'm saying. Even the the brothers and sisters, knew in the truth or whatever. Everybody's striving, but like it, the people in the world, man, they're gonna be caught up in Esau's educational system. You know what I'm saying? Caught up in they next generation of children is gonna be even more twisted than this one if nobody steps up. If they don't do some type of awakening, and that's the 2/3. That's the 2/3, and I guess the Most High knew that it was gonna be a lot going on to where the 2/3 can't even shake it. They can't even shake the system. You know what I'm saying?
Khan, I'm sure y'all already brought it out. I'll just bring it out again. Oldie but goodie. Zephaniah 2 and 1. Gather yourselves together. Yea, gather together, O nation not desired. Going into what everybody was kind of saying earlier. That's the importance of us coming together and being one minded, being nation minded, waking our people up so that we can all band together and go against all these doctrines of devils, and this ideology of Babylon the Great. It's just that important that we do that. That's the importance of waking up every day to wake our people up, girding ourselves up as men, and going out and doing the work.
Do y'all even know the state of our people going to be with the next tribulation? Because we remember the Passover season is finished, right? The Most High God had the death angel come through, and some tribulation happened. But brothers and sisters had that time to celebrate the Lord's Passover, right? They had time to put that spiritual blood on them, the blood of the Lamb. You feel me, Tazor? Like they had that time to do that.
Khan.
So now this next tribulation that's coming in the summer, and then the tribulation to follow it in the winter, like it's gonna surpass the COVID-19 tribulation and lockdowns. Remember, the time of Jacob trouble is gonna be like no other. So what we seen during the lockdowns and the forced vaccinations and everything going on is gonna get even worse. That's the thing that be, keeping me on my P's and Q's and crossing my T's and dotting my I's and keep me on my toes. And, you on your toes and you bouncing like you about to box. That's the thing that keeps me like that, keeps me doing these kosher breakfasts, serving the people, doing what I got to do. I don't feel like my spot in the kingdom is reserved. So can you imagine, though, the tribulation to come and our people that still sleep? Like, after the whole COVID-19 and then the Most High was forcing you to sit in your house and study and realize what's going on. If our people ain't wake up from that and they still like perpetuating white supremacy, can you imagine a tribulation coming?
It's gonna be peril times.
Con,
Salakia, real quick. Just to touch on what Shaw Paul was bringing out, right? When you read Jacob's trouble in Jeremiah 30:7, it says that none is like it, right? This is going to be a horrible time. Imagine slavery, right? Our foremothers and forefathers had to run, try to escape from their oppressor, right? And when they got caught, they got hung and got all kinds of wickedness done to them, right? During the time of Jacob's trouble, we're not going to be in one place. We're going to be on the move, all right? You're going to have to be. When you get into the breakdown on it, right? And, maybe one of these days we're going to get into that. It's going to be a very horrible time, man, right? You will, only the Most High is going to be the one that will save us out of it, man, right? So, when we talk about getting land and building our communities, right? We are now in the times where we can do that right now, right? Because we're not anywhere close to the hard times of Jacob's trouble, right? So, we got to just keep that in mind. This is why the Most High is creating what He did with us right now. Even us being on this platform like this, having conversations like this, it's what the Most High is doing to get our mind prepared to get to that point where we can start gathering together, right? Um, I think a lot of our people just kind of take it for granted. They feel like they don't have to gather; they can just be an individualite and do this on their own. But this is not a walk you're going to be able to do on your own. So let's just keep that in mind. It's going to be a horrible time for our people, man. Even the righteous will scarcely make it, man. You know. But I yield with that. I just wanted to add that real quick.
Kind. There definitely need to be a lesson soon.
Con, that's why when you go to certain scriptures, right, and I'm gonna just go to this, right? It's the book of Psalms, chapter 133 and verse 1, and it reads, "Behold, how good and how pleasant is it for brethren to dwell together in unity." Right? So, when we gather ourselves together, that's beautiful in the sight of the Most High God. You understand? Especially in the days of evil that's to come, Jacob's trouble. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. Right? I'm gonna just be blunt. Right? Us Israelites, we the only ones that care about our people. Right? All these like from what I've seen so far, I ain't seen a Christian pastor. And let's just be real. In the days of Jacob's trouble, these pastors that you follow and that you worship, right? They ain't gonna be able to save you. Only the Lord is gonna be able to save you because we understand that He looks out for His anointing, right? And I'm gonna go to this precept because Jacob's trouble. That's one of my favorite topics to talk about. You know, um, so let me pull this. It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 65 and verse 12. Therefore, will I number you to the sword. So the Lord's gonna number a lot of people to the sword, right? And mostly our people. You understand? These heathens, they're gonna be slaves when when the Lord comes back, right? But a lot of our people in the days of evil, they're gonna be numbered towards the sword. Why? Because they refuse to repent and keep the commandments. So the Lord have a swift judgment coming towards them, right? And it reads, "And ye shall all bow down to the slaughter," right? Meaning they're not gonna be able to run, right? When famine come and your insides eating you out, right? You ain't gonna be able to escape that, right? A lot of people, it's gonna get so bad. A lot of people they just gonna eat anything, just to stop that horrible feeling. You understand from not eating days and possibly weeks, right? And it reads, because when I called, ye did not answer. When I spake, ye did not hear, but did evil before my eyes. And that's just going back to Zechariah the 7th chapter, verse 12. A lot of our people, they're gonna rebel, right? They're gonna speak evil on the men of the Lord, right? And we just go out there, to teach our people who they are, get them to repent, change their ways. But a lot of our people, they don't want to hear that. And we can see it simply off of their actions, right? A lot of our people, they just walk, especially in Atlanta. I hate it in Atlanta, and even the brothers that's in the other camps will tell you, you understand, we all want really one street, Peachtree Street, right? When you just look at the street, a lot of our people, they just walk to and fro. They don't want to hear the word, they just walk. And then when you call their name, they just look away. You understand? So in the days of evil, the Lord's not going to deal with them, because when he called, right, they did not answer. When he spake, they did not hear. And they chose evil. They chose to do evil before the Most High God. Right? And I'm going to read. And did choose that wherein I delighted not. Verse 13. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, my servant shall eat, ye shall be hungry. Right? So a lot of our people are going to die. Right? And, it sounds harsh, but it is what it is. Right? The people that heard the gospel and bucked up and want to fight us and want to threaten us and kill us, because we just teaching them to repent. They're gonna bow down to the slaughter. You're not gonna escape the lot that the Lord has for you, right? You're not gonna escape the judgment that the Most High God has placed upon you. You gotta deal with it, right? And it reads, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Right? So, the servants of the Lord, they're gonna eat and they're gonna drink in those days, right? Why? Because they chose to keep the commandments. They chose to rise up against the workers of iniquity. They did what the Bible said told them to do, what the Lord told them to do, right? But our people that refuse, it's gonna be bad in those days. So that's why Psalms 133 is good for brethren to dwell together in unity. That's why you see us on one accord, right? That's why you see us going out to the highways and hedges, right? Being our brother's keeper. You understand? Because this truth is deeper than what most people think. A lot of people that think, oh, y'all just talk about the destruction of the other nations all day. No, we actually, through the spirit of Yahweh Shem Shah, we get our people to change, right? And it reads, I'm gonna finish up. I don't want to be long winded. It says, "But ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed." So that's plain. We're gonna rejoice, and a lot of our people, they're gonna be mourning, crying. A lot of things are gonna be happening, right? People are gonna die from starvation and a lack of hunger, right? Women are gonna be ravished, right? These Negroes that got their ass out with a damn Glock, you understand, and a flag repping a dumb set, right? They're gonna be running up and down these streets, you understand, with masks on. You understand? It's gonna get bad out here, and this whole police force, all that's gonna get shut down. Let's just be real, right? A lot about it's gonna be mobs. These police ain't gonna be able to last. These police is gonna fail. You understand? So those days are coming to the earth where, you have to gather yourself together. And that's why we prove each other. That's why you see the Lord say, you shall see his teachers. That's why the elders, right, and the men of the Lord, you understand, through he give us these things like Clubhouse and Instagram and all this and that. And even when you see us face to face in the streets, right, you going to see us. We're not going to hide, right? It's prophecy. You're going to see the teachers of the Most High God. Right, so when you see these things, best believe you better take heed, because if you don't take heed, you're going to be destroyed. And with that, I yield.
Con. All praise for that. All praise for that, man. But I just want to bring out something about Jacob's trouble too. The book of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 6 through 9. This is chronicling the beginning of sorrows. So let me just start at verse 6. Matthew chapter 24, verse 6, and it reads, "And ye shall hear wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. So aren't you hearing wars and rumors of wars right now? Isn't Ukraine isn't the US sending Ukraine another 800 million? You know what I mean? And when they can't even give brothers reparations for, you know what I'm saying, for building this country off the sweat of their backs. Verse 7. For nation shall rise against nation. Isn't nation rising against nation right now? Or it's not? Okay. And it reads, for nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places. Now, we're seeing a little bit of the famines. We're not really seeing the full, fledged famines yet. But, we haven't seen, the pestilences are coming. We haven't even seen nothing but like locusts and certain things yet. But the earthquakes in diverse places, we're seeing like, we're not necessarily seeing the earthquakes, but we are seeing all the other natural disasters, the tornadoes, all these bad storms, the hurricanes, like everything is worsening, right? So all of these things are happening right now. They're ramping up. And verse 8 reads, all these are the beginning of sorrows. So the beginning of sorrows, we are seeing some of the factors that all add up to what the beginning of sorrows are. Now I want to jump down to verse 16. Well, verse 17. And it reads, let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house, right? And this is always the funny part to me because Israel be trying to gather damn seeds, you know what I'm saying, stock up water, stock up everything they can. But how much of that are you really gonna be able to take with you when this affliction hits? Because the Most High says, let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. So all of that stuff you stocking up, it's gonna be militias. It's probably gonna be more than likely militias rolling through the streets, kicking down doors in these houses, and you got to get away as soon as you can. You can't go down there because if you do, you get caught up, you get captured, or you might get bodied. You know what I'm saying? The Most High is telling you this for a reason. He ain't telling you not to go grab everything, trying to stock up. He's not telling you that for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Verse 18. Neither let him which is in the field return back to his clothes. So if you in the field at work or something, man, they coming. I gotta go change clothes. Nah, you better get up out of there. You know what I'm saying? Dirty clothes and all. You better get up out of there with whatever you got. Or you're not gonna even make it into the wilderness or into the portion of where you can actually be on the move. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be in a damn Walmart concentration camp somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And sending smoke signals to brothers to try to get you out. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get that real. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get that real. Verse 19. And woe to them, and Salakia, and woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. So woe to them that's gonna have like small infant babies who still need to be breastfed, who can't walk and talk yet, because you gotta get up out of there quick. You know what I'm saying? You got these little ones with you. So it says, woe to them because it's gonna be harder for them to get away in this type of tribulation, right? So and also 20, verse 20 says, but pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. Yeah, so the most I telling you, you better pray that it's not freezing cold out there because you're gonna be outside. You're gonna be outside. You know what I'm saying? And pray that it's not on the Shabbat because you finna have to do a lot of breaking the Shabbat on that day. You know what I'm saying? So, it's gonna get real. Like I could already see Jake in the streets, lawless, Salakia. The militias and whatnot, Jake probably gonna be, you know what I'm saying, fighting against the damn armies and militias. But what Jake gonna be doing is basically trying to survive. So Jake's gonna be going around, and the people that the militias haven't got to yet, Jake gonna be getting to them. Robbing them for whatever they can get, and raping the women. Not just Jake, but just all of the lawless. Esau, the worst of Esau, is gonna be on a predatorial campaign. So all of these women talking about they don't need no man. They don't need no man. Independent woman in that day, independent woman in the household by herself with her kid would not be able to protect herself. Um, Even with the man, it's gonna be hard because it's gonna be these is gonna be, you know what I'm saying, like martial law type of times, militias that you may not have enough bullets to outshoot. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's gonna be the last scripture I go into on that. But yeah, you gotta pray that it's not winter, man. There's gonna be a lot of factors coming into play in that day. So all of your riches, all of your money, all of the vain things that people glorify in this world, you know what I'm saying? They're not gonna be able to take none of that with them. Your nice cars, your brand new, you know what I'm saying? All of your, whatever you got, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to leave it there and get the hell on. You know what I'm saying? Or damn near perish or be captured. And with that, I yield.
Con. That's a great point, Yeshaya. Yeah, that's Proverbs 11:4, man. Riches profited not in the day of wrath, man. Right? Your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding is gonna be your currency, right? And the protection of the Most High God. Hey, Izra, you there?
Con King, what you need?
Cesar. I don't know. Yeah, go to Second Ezra real quick, and we're gonna go to
Con.
a couple of scriptures. Go to Second Ezra,
Second
the 16th chapter and the 14th verse. Start there.
Second Ezra 16.
Yeah, and 14.
Con. It's the book of Second Ezra, chapter 16 and verse 14. Behold, the plagues are sent, and shall not return again until they come upon the earth.
Right.
The fire
Says, read on.
the fire is kindled and shall not be put out till it consume the foundation of the earth.
Right. That's talking about the end times, right? All right, read on.
Like as an arrow which is shot of a mighty archer returneth not backwards. Even so the plagues that shall be sent upon earth shall not return again.
Right. So when we get into these times, Jacob's trouble, and towards the end times, it's going to be a lot of evil and a lot of things that's going to be put on this earth. A lot of destruction, a lot of confusion, right? The word will be out, right? People will seek this knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and won't be able to find it. It's going to be a time of destruction and confusion. Read on.
Woe is me! Woe is me! Who will deliver me in those days?
Right. So Ezra is seeing the vision of the last days, right? Because there was so much going on that it put Ezra into a mighty fear, man. Right? Because he was seeing the plagues that will be coming upon men and upon the earth and the evil that will be destroying mankind, man. Right? Read on.
The beginning of sorrows and great mournings, the beginning of famine and great death, the beginning of wars, and the powers shall stand in fear, the beginning of evils. What shall I do when these evils shall come?
Right. That's tapping into a little bit into what Yeshaya was bringing out. But if you read, it says, the beginning of wars and the powers shall stand in fear. Right? The rulers of this earth, the kings and the people that were structured to be leaders on this earth will become afraid of what's to come. Right? Read on.
Behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for amendment.
Right?
But for all these things, they shall not turn from their wickedness, nor
Right.
be always mindful of the scourges.
Right. It says, for all these things, they shall not turn from their wickedness, even in these times. Right? And we're seeing the beginning of it.
Example is the room we had yesterday, right? People justifying, and primarily our women justifying wickedness. Even in the beginning of this times of sorrow, our people still justified as wickedness, right? And even as we go deeper into it, right, they're still going to be doing that, right? But a lot of this is because a lot of our people don't understand what's to come, right? They don't fear the Most High God, right? But when the time comes, He's going to put that fear on men, man. Everybody is going to tremble, right? Because it's madness for you to justify another man sleeping with another man, a man trying to change his sex, right? And people being prosecuted for seeing things for what they are. It's madness, man, right? Salaki, I'm kind of actually doing something and bringing the scripture out. So if I'm not elaborating too much, I apologize. I just wanted to bring up that couple of scriptures real quick. Go to Luke 21 and 34, right? We got to
Con.
pay attention to these things, man. All right. We got to pay attention.
It's
You got it in there? You got it in there? Okay. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Luke 21 and 34. Over sure.
it's the it's the book of Luke, chapter 21 and verse 34. And take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with satiety and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that they come upon you unaware. Mm.
Right. So what happens is a lot of our people, their souls caught up in the cares of this life, right? Supporting the LGBTQ agenda is the cares of this life, right? Supporting wickedness, right, are the cares of this life, right? And also just your basic things that you worry about every day, that, right? That makes no sense. How people worry about wealth and this and, how much money they can make, right? That's not going to save you in the time of trouble. There's nothing wrong with making money, right? But a lot of our people have made that God to them. These are cares of this life, right? Read on.
Verse 35. For as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on the face of the whole earth.
Right. It says, for as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on the face of the earth, man. So a lot of people are not going to see this coming. They're going to still be caught up in their way of thinking and the lifestyle that they live in right now, right? But read on.
Watch ye therefore and pray always, that ye may be accounted worthy to escape all these things that shall come to pass, and to stand before the Son of Man.
Right. So that's what we need to be doing. We need to be watching and praying, meditating the scriptures. That's what's going to save us from these times that we're living in, and as it gets worse. Right. It says, "Watch ye therefore and pray always." Right. Not sometimes. Always. You should be praying. If you're not doing the work of the Most High in between times, you should be meditating, in the scriptures, or just praying. Right. That should be your life constantly. Right? You can of course work and do your thing, but the Most High should always be in your mind. Right? You teaching your people, keeping these law, statutes, and commandments, having faith in Christ, that should occupy your mind. Right? Not the affairs of this world, man. You should separate your thoughts and your mind out of anything that has to do with this system. Right? Read on. You could
Come.
drop that. That's it on that. Drop that. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up those 2 points real quick. But Salakia, and with that, I yield. Y'all can take over. I'm going to mute up for a second.
Oh, some mighty precepts.
Khan, all praises, man.
Khan, you got two mighty wolves that are powerful teachers, most high willing. I'm honored to know them.
Yeah, just to let me back on certain brothers brought up, you know what I'm saying? When Yeshua was like, you won't have time. Like, say if Jacob's trouble pop off and, you know, you won't have time to do certain things. Can you imagine that, Jacob's trouble pop off and the militias and, you know what I'm saying, or the the UN soldiers is going from house to house kicking in doors, and you rushing back to your house probably because you got family there. Say if you're a family man, you rushing back to your house to get your family in order, you get your family out the house. You know what I'm saying, before the UN troops kick down the door and say basically capture your family, right? Because that's a option too. Now, with you trying to run to your house and get your family out of there and into a safe place on time, you think you're gonna have time to like switch your shirt? Hold on, right quick. I couldn't wear my fringes to work, so I gotta switch my shirt and put on fringes. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
You know. But what if you ain't got your fringes at the time? This is why brothers got to make sure they always on point. If you got to go to work and your job won't allow you to have fringes on, either tuck those things in at the time where you can pull them out easily, or probably have fringes in your locker or in your car or something like that, or at least have some Zeeks. You know what I'm saying? Because the time of Jacob's trouble, man, you don't know what's gonna go on, man. And I tell you right now, man. Like, even if I go out my crib just to walk my dog, I'll be feeling naked without fringes, man. Could you imagine running through Jacob's trouble and you ain't got no fringes on? Brother's gonna be feeling foolish, man. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
Brother's gonna be feeling out of place for real. So definitely brothers want to keep that type of thing in mind. Make sure they stay on point with that, you know. And also a thing I wanted to touch on was that independent woman spirit. Because that's another thing the women said yesterday. What's that woman Zimmy? That woman Zimmy and the other couple women that's like, we don't need y'all protection. Yo, and that day, those type of women that I don't need your protection type of women, yo, they're going to be finished.
Good.
They're gonna be
Just
scared. They're
so
gonna be scared
done.
as hell.
Yeah, they might just die from fear because the Most High God is terrible. He's a terrible God too. Let me get Proverbs. Proverbs 1, and start at verse 17.
Come.
Most High God is a terrible God. He's gonna have that come into their remembrance. Like, that's how God is. There's times when I was in the world and then certain things happen, and while it was happening, I remember certain things that I did foul, like, shit, this must be karma. It was really Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? But I was ignorant in the world thinking like, oh shit, this shit must be karma. You know what I'm saying? But that's how Yahweh is. When you getting judged, he'll have certain things run across your mind. And they're gonna remember all the scoffing things they said, what they called us dusties, all that dusty stuff they said. When a pack of wild white supremacists, dirty, smelly Edomites get them and then start doing God knows what to them, peeing on them, lynching them, whatever they doing, torturing them. You know what I'm saying? Because Esau's a savage, man. Esau would beat a woman bloody and then want to rape her. Because Esau loved blood. He loved disgusting things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Esau gonna take a damn a umbrella out of her own closet and rape her with the umbrella. And then rape her up her butt because that's what turns him on. He'll put the umbrella up her vagina and then he'll rape her up her butt afterwards because that's the type of thing that turned Esau on. These women have no idea and defended trannies too. Some of these women
Right,
might get, some of these women might get raped by trannies, just like the women in prison was raped by
Right.
trannies. Some of these women might get raped by trannies in that day too. It's gonna be so crazy. It's gonna be madness, man. But let me get Proverbs 1 and 17.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 1 and verse 17. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird,
Surely in vain the net is vain in the sight of any bird is spread, and the bird don't even see it's flying right into the net. In the sight of the bird, that net is spread in vain. Read on.
and they lay wait for their own blood.
They do
They
what?
lurk and they lay wait for their own blood.
A lot of these women that came up trying to come against us, saying they don't need our protection. A lot of these people that scoff at Israelites, that do Darren, thinking that he gonna overtalk people all the time. A dude like that, he could have be living in my hood. You know what I'm saying? That's why I understand when the Ak was telling him, "Yo, you talk too Caucasianish." Like his whole attitude, right? He think we was talking about the way he talked, like verbalize his words and the syllables he was using. No, it's just your whole attitude and your spirit. You could have be from my hood and you talk so damn much. You try to overtalk brothers all the time. Niggas that eventually slap the shit out you or probably shoot the shit out you because of the way you move. You know what I'm saying? Read on.
They lurk privately for their own lives.
They
Privilege
lurk
for their own
privately.
lives.
They lurk. Read that again.
Huh. They lurk privately for their own lives.
Right? They lurk privately for their own lives, man. Read on.
So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain.
That is what?
That is greedy of gain.
And that's what a lot of these women were. They're greedy of gain. Greedy of gain. They think because the so-called white man has blessed them financially, they're straight. These dudes too. That so-called doctor dude, right? He was blessed by the so-called white man financially. Satan blessed them with some money, and they feel like they straight. They don't need their people no more. They don't need their people. They don't need their culture. They don't need no. They don't need their God. Like it says in Deuteronomy 32, Yasharal waxed fat. He kicked back and forgot the same God that blessed him. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a damn about the plight of their people. All they want to do is what? Think about their gain. They're greedy of gain. Read on.
Which taketh away the life of the owners thereof.
Right? And during that time of Jacob's trouble, them same people greedy for gain is gonna get ravaged. Right? Ravaged by either the militias, the UN soldiers, the wild niggas, the wild heathen. They're gonna get ravaged for their gain. These are gonna be people that was greedy for gain, but they're also there's gonna turn around. They're gonna get ravaged for their gain in the time of Jacob's trouble. Read on.
Wisdom cried without. She uttered her voice in the streets. She Shalakia. She cried in the chief places of the concourse, in the opening of the gates, in the city. She uttered her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning.
And the scorners do what?
And the scorners delight in their scorning.
They was having fun yesterday, man. They was having fun yesterday, all in the comments. It was delightful in their scorning, man. It was delightful in their scorning. There was delightful in their scorning in the comments on stage. They thought everything was a joke. They take us for a joke, right? We would be in the street like wisdom crying without. We say, how long you simple ones you gonna love simplicity? How long you women gonna love feminism? How long these niggas gonna love being sellouts for white supremacy? How long y'all gonna be down with the LGBT movement, right? The bacon, lettuce, and tomato movement, right? How long y'all gonna love simplicity? And when we out here crying out to them, they have delight in their scorning. They like, man, to hell with y'all Israelites, man. Y'all want women to submit to dudes with McDonald jobs. Y'all want us to not be progressive. Y'all don't understand that the XY chromosome with the O and the W, XY, WO, and you know what I'm saying, that we're all equal anyway. Like, what the hell is these dudes talking about, right? Read on.
And fools hate knowledge.
And do what?
And fools hate knowledge.
And fools hate knowledge. We bringing our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding from the scriptures, and they hate it, right? But look what's gonna happen to these same people that found delight in their scorning, but hated knowledge, right? Read on.
Turn you at my reproof.
They did
Behold,
what?
I will turn you at my reproof.
And they turned that our reproof, which was really reproof from the Most High God, because none of us on this app right now that's crying out and teaching our people, we're not doing this on our own accord. We're doing this because the Most High God has chosen us to do this, and we're just following suit, right, from the Most High God's orders to do what we're doing. Because we brought out for the sister that tried to say that we was, basically bullying people on stage. We brought out for the sister Ezekiel chapter 33, right, and then Ezekiel chapter 3, where it says, we're crying out to get the blood off our hands and warn the people. So that's what we was doing, but they took it for granted. Read on that.
Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you, because I have called and ye refuse.
And that's what
I have
happened, man. Most High God used us to make His words be known to the people. Because I don't know what people be feeling like. People be saying like, "I'm gonna wait for God to tell me. I'm gonna wait for God to show me." Y'all bugged out. The Most High God that made countless organisms. The amount of organisms God has made. Of course, us that we are chosen people. But the amount of organisms God has made and living things, He has no time to come out His holy heaven and tell you personally, you know what I'm saying, what He wants you to do. A lot of our people are cocky as hell, man. Cocky as hell. Like for me to do what God says, He has to personally tell me Himself. My nigga, please, nigga. If God shows you an angel, you'll drop dead, nigga. What are you talking about? Most like, I'm saying, not even the Most High Himself. He'll send you an angel representative, and you'll probably drop the fuck dead off of fear. Are you stupid? You know what I'm saying? But God let His words be known through us, right? And they take it for granted. They turn away from His reproof, right? They deny His word. Read on.
Salakia,
because I
real
have
quick. Oh, Salakia, real quick, just to add on to what y'all part just said, right? Our forefathers, when they saw the angels, a lot of times they thought that was God in some cases. I mean, not God, but they thought, like, there was so much in fear, right, that it overtook them. You know what I mean? So, for you to say, oh, for God to speak to you directly, oh, God talks to me, you off as hell, man, right? You can't even hear His voice and even comprehend it with your body that is full of sin. You understand? But I just want to add that in there real quick, Salakia. But go ahead, finish out the scripture.
We gonna get a couple scriptures, like in Samuel, when when Samson's parents got a message from the Lord, and the angel frightened them. They thought they was gonna die. Right? Like after
Right.
Exodus chapter 20, the people got the word from the Lord, the commandments, and then they ran away and told Moses, "Yo, we want to deal with you." These are
Shalakia.
all things. These are all things that happen. We're gonna get to those out, but I want to finish up in Proverbs 1. I want to finish up in Proverbs 1 because yeah, a lot of our people be straight tripping. That's a whole class within itself, nigga. You don't want God to talk to you. Stop fronting. Say, oh, when God tell me this, and when God show me that. Stop fronting. You don't want God to talk to you. You don't. You don't want to come across an angel. A lot, and what I'm saying, and a lot about women too. A lot of our women be like, well, when God tell me, like, woman, you start crying when you see a roach fly. Shut up. When that
Shalakia,
cockroach
elder.
fly, you be finished. You know what I'm saying? Talk about you want God to talk to you, man. Hell wrong with your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, not even a no folly, man. But we gonna get to it, man. Right? Let's just
So,
finish off that in Proverbs.
Karen, after this, I gotta head back to the plantation. I'm kind of going overtime with it. It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 1 and verse 24. Because I have called and ye refuse, I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. But ye have sat at not all my counsel, and with none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me.
You see
For
that? And that
that
part that I wanted. That's the part that I wanted. Right? All the people mocking, and you could head back to the plantation, King. You know what I'm saying? If anybody else could take over reading, that'd be appreciated. But that's the part that I wanted right there. These same people that
Hey,
was scoffing yesterday, right? The same people that was scoffing yesterday, all the women that said they need protection, all those men that was scoffing the Most High God's word, right? When that calamity happens and they finally say, "Oh God, please save me," Yahweh's gonna be laughing at them, and their fear is gonna come like destruction and desolation, man. It's gonna be the worst thing that ever happened in their life, and they're gonna remember all the times they mocked the men of the Lord, all the times they scoffed the Bible. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna remember all those things. Cause remember, the Yahweh is great, but he's also terrible, man. Also terrible.
Hey, Salakia,
uh,
can I have a precept real quick?
yeah, one
God,
second. Tazar, you there? Tazar. Daniel, you there?
I'm here.
Salakia, yeah.
Okay, Khan. I just want to see if one of y'all brothers can take over the reading. Azara got to go back to plantation. But Nathan, go ahead with your precept.
Kana. After basically what happened yesterday with that room, and then hearing what some of the brothers about today, this made if you get Isaiah 4:1, it made this like so much more clear as to why this is gonna happen.
Sloppy Azul, you good? You got it up? Or you need me to get it?
I can do it if y'all need.
Alright, go ahead, you got it.
You said Isaiah 61, right, Con?
4:1.
4 and 1. It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 4, from the top. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying,
Just right there. That part right there. And whether people believe that's it's not multiple wives or whatever. It doesn't even have to be about wives. Yes, you can see it could be they just gonna need your protection because there's gonna be not that much masculine men to protect anybody. That's why we have to take care of our own because with the way they're promoting all this effeminate and trans and homosexuality, there's not gonna be enough protection around for all. There's a lot of women in this world, not enough, and not that much men. So it like hearing everything that Yeshaya and Shawapar just brought out, it just like it clicked. Like it just made that much more sense, and I appreciate you guys for that. You can send me back down. I'm at work.
Hey, Salaki, I also wanted to bring a precept out of one Chopar.
Khan King.
I just, it's Amos 3 and 7. It says, surely God doeth nothing, but he revealeth his secrets unto the servants and prophets. Like you were saying, a lot of people, they're like, I need God to show me something. He says, the Lord don't got to do nothing. You don't got, like you said, you don't got to get off his throne and have a one-on-one talk with you. The scripture said he shows his his secrets. This stuff we're speaking is a secret to the world. So we're speaking of them. So you're looking at the front line of of defense. So and even prior to that chapter, I'm just working too. So even prior to that chapter, it says, how could if there's evil in a city, there has to be somebody that has pronounced it, and then it goes to say, uh, 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 the Lord doing nothing, but He revealing some secrets to the prophets. So the prophets were always the messengers of the Most High. There's no like. I remember we were in Providence teaching, and there was a woman saying, "God, Jesus is my husband. Jesus is my husband." When it is you're out of order. That's all I wanted to say, Malakian.
Khan.
Yeah, Khan. Yeah, we're nothing but mortal men, man. You know, Scripture says He puts no trust in His servants, man. Because what? We're nothing but flesh, right? So for you to think yourself highly and great that God has to talk to you directly, right, as in come down from heaven and just be dealing, with you, I mean, that's retardation, man, right? You go to Luke 1 and 70, tells you that the Most High speaks through the mouth of his prophet, right? You go to, I think it's Hosea 6 and 5, it talks about that. First Kings 22 and 21. There's full of a bunch of scriptures that tell you that. But go ahead, Shaw Boy. You go ahead.
Let me get Bo Kashar. Let me get Exodus chapter 20 and verse 17.
Con. It's the book of Exodus, chapter 20. You said 18, King?
No, I want to start at 17 just to get the contents.
Verse 17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Right? So these are the commandments that Moses got from the Most High God. But at this time when Moses was giving it to the Most High, giving it to the children of Israel, he was doing it with the presence of the Yahweh with him. You understand? And just Moses giving the commandments with the presence of Yahweh had our people shook. It's like Moses was saying the commandments, but Yahweh was echoing his words. The presence of Yahweh. The Yahweh was echoing his words. You understand? That energy of Yahweh was echoing his words. And he only got through 10, and our people gave up the ghost. They did the dipski, right? Talk about the ejectocito. They took the Team Rocket blasting away again. They ran off. Read verse 18.
Verse 18. And all the people saw the thunderings, and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet,
And the what?
and the noise of the trumpet.
So Yahweh had this whole sound effects, the lightning when he talked, and the thunder, and the trumpets. You know what I'm saying? The
Uh,
presence of the angels. You know what I'm saying? Read on.
and the mountain smoking,
And the what?
and the mountain smoking.
Because this is the presence of Yahweh. So even the mountains are smoking. And Israel's like, oh my God. Right? Read on.
And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off.
They did what?
They removed and stood afar off.
They removed themselves and stood afar off. They say, yo, this is too much. We are out. We are out. Read on. Ejectocito.
Uh,
Exactly.
and they said,
Ejecto.
Moses, speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we
What you
die.
say?
Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die.
They said, let not God speak with us lest we die. They say, yo, I almost died. He started talking, and the mountain was smoking, and the lightning was coming out, and the trumpets of the angels, and the presence of the Most High. Yo, my heart almost stopped. I almost died. Moses, we want to just deal with you, please. So when our people say, yo, I'd rather God tell me, do they even know what they asking for? Do our people even know what they ask? Listen, I don't want God to talk to me. I'd rather Elder Zabak talk to me. I'd rather, you know what I'm saying, people come to me and correct me. Because I have an understanding that I don't want to hear nothing from God. Only thing I ever want to hear from Yahweh Shai is, good job, what you said, well done, my faithful servant. That's the only thing I even want to hear from Yahweh Shai. Well done, my faithful servant. I don't want to talk to the Most High God. I fear God. I fear the Most High God. I fear Yahweh Shai. I fear the angels that He will send me a message. I'd rather a message come from a mortal man. To be honest with y'all, me, Shao Paul speaking, I'd rather if God had to correct me, He'll send the elders at me or one of my brethren at me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get no correction from the heathen because I probably will take it with a grain of salt. Like, shut the hell up, Esau. You know what I'm saying? I probably won't take that correction. But I'd rather get it from my brethren. Like the children of Israel just asked, yo, Moses, we rather deal with you. Because our people, in all their ignorance, right? Because it'd be a mixture of ignorance and how can I say what's the proper word for it?
Foolishly audacious, Malak.
It's
Thinking
foolishly
them.
audacious, right? Foolishly audacious, right? And also, when you think too highly of yourself, too, sometimes our people think too highly of themselves. Like, nigga, you can't correct me. I'd rather hear it from the white man, right? It'd be a lot of self hate dealing with that too when they can't be corrected by their own people. But when you say something stupid like I'd rather God tell me when God tell I don't want to listen to man, you're just a man. I'd rather God tell me, you don't even know what you asking for. The presence of the most high God will scare your soul right out your body. God?
Khan. We,
Give
we,
me my mouth. The Lord is not. Give me Malachi 3:1. This is why the Lord got men set up because He knows that in a lot of times. He knows His presence. He knows that. You know what I mean? Man can't stand before Him like that. So that's why He got prophets to do the job, to do the bidding. You see? And that's what we are. Somebody give me Malachi 3:1.
Khan. It's the book of Malachi, chapter 3, from the top. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me.
See that?
And the Lord
That's why the Lord got that. Says He's gonna send His messenger and He shall prepare the way before thee. Come on.
and the Lord whom ye seek shall suddenly come to his temple.
See that?
Even the
So
me-
that's why the Lord got messengers. Read on.
even the messenger of the covenant.
See that? The Lord has messengers set up to do that job. That's why He's not gonna come present, but the people don't want to deal with the Most High's messengers, man. Give me Malachi 4, brother. Give me Malachi 4 and 5.
Khan. It's the
And
book of
this is
Malachi.
what's happening. This is why we're all day. This is what we're doing right now. You see what I'm saying? Until the day of judgment. Malachi 4 and 5, brother.
Khan. The book of Malachi, chapter 4, and verse 5. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the
And the
coming.
Lord says He's going to send Elijah the prophet again. See, that's what the people don't understand. He's going to send that spirit of Elijah the prophet again. Prophesying again. Come on.
Khan. Before the
That's
coming.
why He told you in the scriptures. He told John the Baptist. He told John the Revelator, "And thou shalt prophesy again to many nations." So that spirit of the prophets is back. That's what the people don't understand. Read on.
That's right. Before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord.
Before the coming in the great dreadful day of the Lord. Read on.
And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children,
And He shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children. Come on.
and the heart of the children to their fathers,
Read on.
lest I come and smite the earth with a curse.
Lest the Lord come and smite the earth. Come on.
With a curse.
See that? Lest the Lord smite the earth. And you haven't been told. So that's the great thing of the Lord, that He got His messengers here. But remember, the scriptures tell you they have mocked the messengers. They have despised the messengers. And this is what we're seeing now. People despising us. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? About the sodomites and the things that's going on. They hit the brother Shower upon the back chatting, talking all type of stuff to him. And you know what I mean? This is what they're doing. They're despising the messengers and mocking the messengers of the Lord. Just like the scriptures say, but the messengers is here. We back. to show the people. But only the ones that got the spirit of Yahweh is going to hear. That's why he said, my sheep hears my voice, and they will not follow another. So who's the voice of Yahweh? The men of the Lord right here teaching that word. You see what I'm saying? In righteousness. And that's what they got to understand, but they refuse to see it.
That's right.
Right. And for you to know who a servant of the Most High God is, they're not coming out of the scriptures using words that is not in the Bible, right? That's how you know they're not with the Heavenly Father, all right? So that's another thing, because everybody's claiming to be a servant of God. If you go to a pastor, he'll tell you he's serving God and teaching his people and leading them to righteousness, right? But is he coming out of the scriptures and giving you the right understanding on it?
God,
No,
Ari. God,
that's him.
go ahead, Ari. And is he walking in it too, Ari? And that's not to say
Right.
that a man is perfect. The righteous man falleth 7 times to get up, but is he truly trying to walk in it? You know what I mean? Like Ari said, because Ari is right. Many is claiming to be the servant. Many is claiming to be the servant of the Lord. Are they coming through the scriptures, and are they trying to walk into that word? That's how you know.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, King.
Shoot, man, I would like to add a couple precepts, man, to what the seniors, was bringing up. That's cool.
Kind of got a lot of background noise though. But go ahead.
Oh, can somebody give me the book of Galatians, 3 and 4, and the book of Exodus 6 and 9?
It's the book of Galatians, chapter 3, and verse 4. And it reads, have ye suffered so many things in vain? If it be yet in vain,
Kind, basically, to add on to what the others, someone's bringing out, like, especially yesterday, like the first people to damn castrate you was the so-called LGBT community. Like we've been through all these sufferings, man, and all these freaking afflictions, and it seems like the children of Israel have forgotten. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, like man, that's crazy. Like, like shoot, I'm gonna give a prime example, man. I remember picking back in middle school, man. Man, I had 2 F's, man, on my freaking progress report, right? So what I did was, man, I whited it out. Man, my mama whooped my ass coldly, right? I never forget that ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? You know, like this is crazy how we as a people, man, we just freaking forget. You know what I'm saying? All these sufferings, right? And can I get Exodus 6 and 9?
6 and 9, King.
King.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 6, and verse 9. And Moses spake so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage.
Man, and that's that same suffering which we had up in Egypt. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? So shoot, figure how much more when shoot a so-called white man has a freaking multiplied it. You know what I'm saying? He's a freaking expert in freaking evil craftiness. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, like the scriptures talk about how how Israel, they do not consider their Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like freaking Israel have forgot about all the tribulations, the sufferings in which we have gone through. You know what I'm saying? You know, freaking because of this great tribulation, right? And that whole conversation yesterday, man, like, man, it was just freaking just, I'm, like, I'm to the point in which, like, like, when I hear shit like that, man, like, man, it just blows my mind. I can't even get pissed off no more, cause you know what I'm saying? Cause shit, I'm like, why, how, like, damn, how could you forget about this 500 years of rape, robbery, oppression, death, you know what I'm saying, and so forth, like, man, can I get not but NIV?
You breaking up? You broke up that last part. Say again.
Okay, can I get the book of Hosea 9 and 7? But can I get it in the NIV?
Uh, it's the book of Hosea, chapter 9. Salakia. You say NIV?
King, chapter 9, verse 7.
Uh, the book of Hosea, chapter 9 and verse 7 in the NIV. And it reads, the days of punishment are coming. The days of reckoning are at hand. Let Israel know this, because your sins are so many and your hostilities so great. The prophet is considered a fool, the inspired person a maniac.
Right? And when you look up that inspired word, it's talking about spiritual, right? You know what I'm saying? So basically, that spiritual person, right? You know what I'm saying? That person that keeps the law with the faith, and that mighty prophet, kind of like how Shaw Paul was actually prophesying on the apps. If we can talk about it's gonna be a second pestilence and lockdown coming. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, man, that's Jeremiah chapter 28, verse 8. You know, but yeah, man, like we just so freaking destroyed, man, through oppression. And the main reason because Israel has forgotten, man, them, what I'm saying, that vain sufferings, man. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
Con. Our people, man. Let me get one more scripture just to land me back at what I was saying.
Uh,
Um, let me get Judges 13:3.
uh, it's the book of Judges, chapter 13 and verse 3. And it reads, and the angel of the Lord appeared unto the woman and said unto her, behold now, thou art barren and bearest not, but thou shalt conceive and bear a son. Keep reading.
Read.
God. Now therefore beware, I pray thee, and drink not wine nor strong drink, and eat not any unclean thing. For lo, thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come on his head, for the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb, and he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines.
Right. So this is all prophecy she's getting from the angel of the Lord, right? Jump to verse 21.
Con, uh, you said Judges 12 and 21?
13 to 21. I
What's
said jump to verse 21.
so like in my thing skill. Gotcha. But the verse 21. But the angel of the Lord did no more appear to Manoah and to his wife. Then Manoah knew that he was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said unto his wife, we shall surely die, because we have seen God.
You see that? Just them thinking that they seen God, right? or the Alahayim, the heavenly ones. They thought they was gonna die. This is how fearful our people are when they come in contact with the angelic being, with the Alahayim, with the celestial bodies. Right, we're the terrestrial. Right, we are the extraterrestrials. We're the terrestrial bodies. But the celestial bodies, when we come in contact with them, we feel like we about to die. So all that nonsense people say that I'd rather God tell me, I'd rather God show me, that's just a bunch of malarkey and a bunch of cat, man. You don't really want to come in presence with an angel of the Lord, especially an angry angel that's rebuking you. Because most likely an angry angel probably ain't going to rebuke you, it's just going to kill you. God?
Con.
Con. That's
Con,
how much
con, huh?
powerful the presence was, man. They thought it was God. But all praises, man. All praises. Yeah, it's crazy when I do hear them say that. Because they say that a lot. Like, if you really talk to them, they're like, nah, God speaks to me. God, you know. God.
They're wickedly emboldened. How dare they put our Abba to the test like that?
Con. Our people smitten with madness.
I mean, we could get it again in the book of Daniels, man. Get Daniels 7 and start at verse 13. I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna do a room probably next week, and the name of the room is gonna be "You Don't Want God to Speak to You." Shut up. I might just have
Yo,
a room saying
hashtag that, Malak. Hashtag that, Baba Kushah.
that. God, hashtag you don't want God to speak to you. Shut up. But let me get Daniel 7 and 13 right quick, y'all. Bubba Kashaw.
Con. It's the book of Daniel, chapter 7, and verse 13. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him.
Right, you see in the vision Yahweh Shai come with the angelic army, and the angelic army brings him before the Most High God with the chariots. Right, read on.
Con. And there was given him dominion, and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall
Right,
not pass away. Salah.
right. The dominion is going to be an everlasting dominion that shall not pass away. Right. This is all great news, right, for Daniel and us as Israelites. Read on.
And his kingdom, that which shall not be destroyed.
Read.
God, I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body.
So why was he grieved in the spirit in the midst of his body? If this was great news for Daniel as an Israelite to witness the kingdoms bowing down to Israel and their Messiah, why was he grieved in his spirit and his body?
And the visions of my head troubled me.
And the visions of his head troubled him. Why was he grieved and troubled? Right? Because this is great news,
God,
right? But just the presence of Yahweh, just the presence of his angels, even a glorious vision like that, where the earth is being conquered by Israel, by the angelic forces. Just even a glorious vision like that is so horrible to witness, though. You know what I'm saying?
God.
Yahweh's great and terrible.
That's right.
You don't want to be even visited by an angel, man. Like I tell people, man, I'd rather get a correction from an elder, from one of my Akim any day besides deal with the Most High God. If you talking about you want God to deal with you, you wait till God tell you for something, you are tripping. You on cracking Ajax. You on Felton. You on fentanyl mixed with an 8 ball, man.
God,
Geeked up off of that cockiness and ignorance, man. Read on, King.
God. Verse 16. I came near unto one of them that stood by, and asked him the truth of all this. So he told me, and made me know the interpretation of the things. These great
Okay.
beasts, Salah,
Yeah. Read on.
Khan, these great beasts, which are four kings, which shall arise out of the earth.
Yeah, you see, he's seen the great kingdoms rise out of the earth, right? Read on.
Khan. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom
Right,
and possess
but
Salah,
when we take the kingdom, right, it's gonna be a damn horror show. Read on.
Khan, and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever.
Right, and we're gonna possess the kingdom forever and ever, which is great news. Read on.
Khan. Then I would know the truth of the four beasts, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful.
It what?
Most exceeding dreadful.
Exceeded dreadful, man. Listen, none of y'all is ready for a conversation right now with the Most High God, and you'll be lucky if you even get a vision like that. But you'll still be grieved in your spirit. It'll still be dreadful. And with that, I yield, man.
Salakia. Just to link up what um, Jean Paul is talking about, the connection to those scriptures, you can see the same thing in Second Ezra. You go to Second Ezra 11:39. All right, it talks about the four beasts. Um, then you go to Second Salakia. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Salakia.
And Salaki, if somebody could pick up reading for me.
Con, let me get set up right quick. I got you. Salaki Shalapar, if you don't mind, if I could touch on something in a second.
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
Khan.
Con.
Salakia, go ahead, Daniel. I'm back, but go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ari. I'm setting up right quick. I'm gonna go ahead and
You good. You good. All right, let's do a quick reset real quick, Israel. All right, welcome to your kosher breakfast. This is Crown of Thorns. All right, today's topic, white people don't determine what's woke and black people sleep. Right, when we use those terms, we know that's talking about Israelites. All right, we know white people are not actually white. All right, they're red. But we use those terms because that's the term a lot of people are familiar with. All right, um, you know, our people are still asleep. Right? Example of that was what happened yesterday in the room. There was a lot of folly. I did pay attention to the chat a little bit, and brothers are right, man. They were making mockery of us. I heard a lot. I saw a lot of stuff. A lot of our people are gonna get destroyed, man. Right? A lot of women supporting this movement, supporting this wickedness. We had men also, but primarily a lot of our sisters, man, and that was really sad to see. All right. So, but anyways, if you haven't joined the room, make sure you click on the green house above our head. Follow us. All right. Follow the room. That way, when we have rooms like this, or rooms like we had yesterday, you can get the notification, Israel. Also, if you have anything to add to the conversation, the topic, the build, come up to the stage, raise your hand. We'll bring you up to the stage. All right. And with that, I yield for now.
Can somebody get Job chapter 30?
Khan, I got you. Get set up. You said Job chapter 30. Which verse?
Verse 1 and then jump to verse 8.
Okay, Khan. This is Job chapter 30, verse 1. But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock.
Right. So basically, right, so-called white men, right, who damn Joe was like, look, man, you know, freaking their forefathers, I would like them to be sit, you know what I'm saying, at the same table, man, you know what I'm saying, as my flock, you know what I'm saying, my dogs, right? Basically, dogs of the earth, right? Low life, right? Jump down to verse 8.
It says, they were children of fools. Yeah, children of baseness. They were vilest than the earth.
Man, look. So shit. So basically, right? Who the people who Job has said that he have disdain to have set with the dogs of my flock, right? You know what I'm saying? The people of fools, right? You know what I'm saying? The base of man, right? Right? That were violent in the earth. They are trying to freaking determine, like, like basically, these people are trying to set the standard, you know what I'm saying, upon who's woke or sleep. Man, that's madness, bro. That's madness, man.
God, it's all madness. It's all madness. It's deception. It's deception and it's delusion, which is what they're good at doing. Okay, they make you see this all goes back to even Eve and the garden and how she was curious. You know what I mean? According to her, she awoke when she let the serpent deceive her. You know, into going into a ways of curiosity and trying to be over the man in a certain aspect as far as having power, not being able to submit to him, you know, and it's what this society basically do when it makes you it tries to make the Bible look like it's old fashioned. It's not the way. You know what I mean? You're living in old fashioned times. You're sleeping. That's what they kind of saying by you still keeping the customs of the Bible that you're sleeping. You're not awoke because the Bible is past. We're in a new age movement. But when you analyze these idiots, I'm gonna call them that because of their mentality. These idiots, they can't even define what a woman and a man is. You know what I mean? These idiots in a new age movement, it has done nothing but destroy the earth under the hands of the earth within 500 years or so of this man taking over America. You have over 5,000 species of animals that have been taken off of the earth. You have the ozone layer totally destroyed, basically. You have the water polluted. You have whales coming out of the ocean, beating themselves to death. You have the food poison like it's never been before. Cancer at an all-time rate. People committing suicide at an all-time rate. I mean, what progress have this man really made? Is he really awoken? See, that's what we got to analyze. That's why somebody give me Revelations 11 and 18.
Uh,
That's what we got to analyze. This man is not awoken. He's not awoken to anything. It's destruction on the earth. Okay, read that out.
this is Revelation chapter 11, verse 18. And the nations were angry.
The nations was angry. Why? Because their wrath is coming. Read on.
And thy wrath is come. And the time of
Come
the
on.
dead that they should be judged.
The time of the dead that they should be judged. Read on.
And that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants, the prophets.
Now shall we give reward unto thy servants, the prophets. So there's a reward for the prophets for staying loyal to the Most High and Yahweh Shai. Read on.
And to the saints,
Come on.
and them that fear thy name,
See that?
small and great.
Them that fear the Most High's name, there's a reward for that. Small and great. Read on.
And shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
And should destroy them which destroyed the earth. Which is a so-called white man. Has destroyed the earth at a capacity that only the Most High and Yahweh Shai and the angels can fix it back. The destruction that he has done on the earth. It's why the Lord tells you, man. The Lord tells you, if he did shorten the days, there would be no flesh consumed. You see what I'm saying? These devils is on an ultimate destructive. This guy, Bill Gates, now is buying up all the farmland. Buying up all the farmland. The people that raise the food to do what? To poison the food. That's what he's actually doing. To poison the food because they got a demonic plan. You see what I'm saying? So this is where we at. That's why the Lord says he must come. He must shorten the days because this man is going to destroy everybody, including himself, if he's not taken out. You see what I'm saying? So he's not awoke to anything. They're not awoke to anything. They're still sleeping.
Khan, Malak. Esau is the walking dead.
Salaki, did anybody else have anything to say?
Go ahead.
Okay, Khan, the water. First of all, Shalom family. Y'all bring out a lot of powerful stuff today, especially concerning Matthew 24 and everything that's to come, Jacob's trouble. Um, yeah, it's like you're sitting down watching a movie, but you're not really understanding the how bad it's gonna be inside that flesh of yours when it actually is in front of your face. It's a whole different type of feeling that none of us have ever felt because we in this so-called comfort. Now, as much fear that will be setting in, man, in those times, we have to remember also that there's something required from us to keep us in check and to make sure that we can get through it. Those of us who's supposed to get through it. And I wanted to go to Hebrews 11 right quick. I'm not going to go through the whole chapter, but there was just a few things I wanted to touch on because while we're going to go through this, there's a way to there's a way to actually get through it. That includes in death, but at the same time, you know, we need works in faith, right? Shalakia, if it's okay with the elders, if I could read real quick and go into something real quick. That's okay with y'all?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay,
Go
go ahead.
ahead.
Okay, Khan, Shalakia, I just want to be sure. Okay, so now we're going to start at verse 1. It's chapter 11, verse 1. This is Hebrews. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Now, we know that our ancestors got to see a lot of things, man. And like the elder was going into earlier, as many times as we did see those things, we was still going off. We knew he was there. The fear set in so much that they said, we want to deal with you, Moses, but they still went off. They knew he was there. So they didn't really have to deal with I can't see it, but I believe it. They actually saw it. They were still going off. It's not as easy for us, but I mean, really, if we saw it today, would we go off still? Probably a lot of us still are. Even those of us in the truth, some people come in here and it's gone real quick back into the world. Verse 2, for by it the elders obtained a good report. Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. By faith Abel offered unto God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous, God testifying of his gifts, and by it he being dead yet speaking. By faith Enoch was translated, that he should not see death, and was not found, because God had translated him. For before his translation he had this testimony, that he pleased God. And no, I'm not telling none of y'all to go read the book of Enoch. All right, just steer clear. But without faith it is impossible to please him. Without faith it is impossible to please him. That includes in death, man. You got to go through it. For he that cometh to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. By faith Noah, being warned of God of things not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to the saving of his house, by the which he condemned the world and became heir of the righteousness which is by faith. Now, same thing's going on here. We being warned about things we haven't seen yet, but a lot of us are not moving. And I get what the brothers were saying earlier, Othniel and the other brother that was up here earlier talking about, farming, and one was saying that this is what we need to do. The other was saying, well, if it's in our power to do so, we should. And I agree. Say both sides got a point, but we gotta be doing something, especially when it comes to this word. It has to happen. You gotta move. The warning is out. There's no excuse no more. We got to understand, we have to make sure that we have that faith that it is coming, and move as if we're looking for that reward. Like that's something we're going to receive, because those of us who know it's coming. Those of us who know there's a reward. Verse 8, by faith Abraham, when he was called to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed, and he went out, not knowing whither he went. No clue. He just knew. You got it, the Most High. You got it. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. It's that simple. I'm sure if a lot of us really had the faith like that, we'd be doing some crazy stuff. And people be like, yo, you really just going out of here, out of the city like this? And I'm not questioning people's faith. I'm just saying, man, do we really have that much faith that we can just get up and leave a so-called comfort? By faith he sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, dwelling in tabernacles with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of that same promise. For he looked for a city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. Watch this. Through faith also Sarah herself received strength to conceive seed, and was delivered of a child when she was past age, because she judged him faithfully who had promised. These last two verses. It says, therefore sprang there even of one, in him as good as dead, so many as the stars of the sky in multitude, and as the sand which is by the sea shore innumerable. This is the point right here. These all died in faith, not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and were persuaded of them, and embraced them, and then confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. I mean, it can't get any more clearer than that verse right there. They seen them from afar off. They embraced them. They was warned. Sarah was old as hell, laughed when she was told she was going to bear, but ended up having that child anyway, man. So it's going to be hard, Israel, for real. You're going to see a lot of weird. You're going to see the most wicked things happening on earth. You're going to see your children dying. Your children are going to see you dying. You're going to be put in positions that you're going to have to make decisions, man. And it's really going to put you in that position on the spot. Most High going to be looking at you and saying, all right, what you going to do? And you really going to know then and there who you really serving, man. Because we know Yahweh Shah said that you can't be worthy of him if you love your father, your mother, your son, or your daughter more than him. So I just wanted to bring that out, because with all that trouble that's coming, that faith will make it a lot easier, even unto death.
Faith is extremely important. You're right. Let's link that up. Let's go to John 20, and let's start at verse 28. Okay, this goes. This goes. Let's go to the words of Christ. This goes along with the scripture you just brought out.
This is
John 20 and start at 28.
this is John chapter 20 verse 28. And Thomas answered and said unto him, My Lord and my God. Yahushua
Read on.
saith unto him, Thomas, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed.
Right. It says, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. Right. Then it says, blessed are they that have not seen me and yet believe. Right. So that faith is so important. Us having faith in Yahweh and Yahushua that He's going to redeem us in these last days. Right. And standing firm on that and believing it in our hearts and in our minds. Right. That's part of this walk. Because a lot of our people lack faith. And this is how you get people that fall out of this truth because they're not seeing certain things happen. They're not seeing those signs. Right? Read on, verse 30.
Con. And many other signs truly did Yahushua in the presence of his disciples, which are not written in this book.
Right. So there's a lot that Yahushua did and we actually were talking about this one time. And there's a lot more stuff that Christ did that were not written, were not recorded. A lot of miracles, a lot of things that were done in front of the disciples, and not just the disciples, in front of our people. Right? We'll read on, verse 31.
Con. But these are written that ye might believe that Yahushua is Mahamashiach, the Son of God, and that believing ye might have life through his name.
Right. So without Yahushua and us having faith in him and believing him, we didn't live during the time of Christ. We didn't see him face to face. We were not walking with him, right, on this earth. But we believe and we have faith through the writings of him in the scriptures, right? That he is the mediator to the Most High God, right? So faith is extremely important in this walk, right? If you lack faith, you're not going to last in it. You're going to fall off, right? We have to keep enduring to the end, right? But I just wanted to add that to what you were bringing out. It's a really powerful scripture you brought out. All praises, man. All right, I yield.
Con. And yeah, man.
Hey,
The
to Akim, I'm gonna have to go and handle some business. Keep the room open if you can till 2. If not, y'all better should shut it down a little bit earlier. But I gotta dip. I gotta go handle some business.
Con, hey, be safe when you out and about.
All right, the water. Hey, I see Sister Shakalaka on stage. What's going on, sister?
Shalom, Aunt.
Shalom, princess. What's up?
Nothing much. I was already on the stage, but I ain't know.
Shalom, what you want to bring out, sis? You came to bring out something?
No, I thought I was already just on the stage. I was on the phone because these people tried to scam me on the cafe, so you don't have to make sure stuff was right. But I'm good.
Or Marvin tried to hit you up on the phone, push you into the
McCafe,
clubhouse.
the protection plan.
Right.
They seriously need to quit.
Okay. You ain't got nothing to say, Kanaka? You don't want to say anything, sis?
To what? Um, don't determine
Well,
what's
I
woke.
mean, yeah, there's like Shower Paul said, people was hitting them in the back chat based on what happened yesterday with the homosexual community. So, in a nutshell, this is what they trying to say. They're trying to say we're asleep because we basically don't accept that lifestyle and
Well,
their way of life.
Well, I feel like we can stay asleep then. And they're just not happy with themselves, because if you were happy with yourself, why are you trying to change something that the Lord gave you? So, you know, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. They just gonna have to figure it out, and hopefully it's not too late and they can repent. But I just know that I am trying to get as far as away from Esau's society, and I'm ready to move whenever everybody else is, and hopefully I can be the first one on some land.
Right. So basically, that's crazy, right? Because you have somebody up here who's a so-called doctor tell us that we can't determine a female or a male by their genitals, their body parts. Wouldn't you consider that sleeping to say something like that?
They're sleeping. They're sleeping. They're in a coma at this point, because it's like the stuff that they said yesterday was just basically to make themselves feel good, because none of it made sense. Like, even the doctor that came up trying to break down the DNA and all of that, like, it's like, come on now, because you should, I don't know. It's just people do stuff because they don't want to be wrong. They don't want to be looked at as wrong, or just, be corrected. Our people don't like correction. They stiff necked, they're rebellious, and they proved that yesterday.
Right.
Sis,
Basically, right? Because I got you out to the wall. I was just saying, right? Because do you know any other way really to determine a male and a female, like when a child is born? Yeah, do you know any other way to really determine that?
No, because I mean, like the brother said, when they do an ultrasound and they figure out what the baby is, it's looked at by its private parts. So, and then the guy tried to say, what did he say? He said something about it's something changing, or this is new, or something like that. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird as hell. Everybody knows from since way back when the way to determine gender, and even when the slave women had their babies and they couldn't do ultrasounds, when the baby came out, they determined that by their genitals. So it's like, come on, y'all are fighting with a demon. The delusion is real.
Right. To all you wanted to say something, and this man claims to be educated. That's the crazy stuff.
Con, I'm on the road with one of the Akim, and as Shakar brought out about that LGBTUVWXYZ movement, those people associated with that being in a coma, it's they both said it at the same time. I just wanted to put that in there.
Cause Salakia, yo, the reason why he's so puffed up the way he is with that title, he frequents this other room, and that room be super packed, and but he just eats up everything he says. So he feels
Mhm.
like he can go into other rooms and fool everybody else with that same.
Oh, Con. Oh, that's the yeah. I was thinking I seen that dude, that Dr. Julius dude or something. Yeah, that's him. You're right, brother. And he got a whole bunch of women and him. So yeah,
Like
I got you.
crazy.
Yeah,
He in
yeah.
that 45, that 45th room, and they just love them some. And as you can see, all the women that was in the chat yesterday, I'm sure they pinged him in here. And as soon as he hit the stage, hearts was going up like crazy, man. It's a trip, and he loves that. But he looked real foolish up here yesterday, man. All praise to the Most High. Y'all did him.
Yeah, that's that idiot because he couldn't dominate. He couldn't dominate the conversation. Oh, now I used to go in his room every now and then, but I don't have no respect for that dude now. I don't have. I think he got an iPod show or something like that. But I ain't got no respect for that dude now. With the nonsense that he tried to prove was just crazy.
Like the
Hey,
I said, they be having they bios be like doctor and philosopher. Like that don't mean nothing because Esau, you learn from their educational system, like the scriptures say. Why would you? Well, not the scriptures. Well, the scriptures kind of say that too. But Malcolm X even said, "Why would you let your enemies teach your kids? They're teaching you exactly how they want you to be programmed. They're programming you. Like if you don't understand that by now, and you feel like you can make it to wherever you trying to go, and it's almost like when you think about the race war, when it come, like if you got white friends and they family don't really like black people like that, you think they're gonna let you stay in a house if them people tell them to put you outside? Like if you think about it like that, you need to be for your people because at the end of the day, even some of our people will give our people up. That's what they did to the Messiah. So it's like, come on now, y'all fighting the fact of reality here. They don't. A lot of people be so drugged up and off the liquor or pills or whatever, like not really paying attention to what the hell is going on in life. People don't pay attention to the bigger picture. Like it's a big picture here. Like I don't know if people just so caught into this world that they don't think that God is real. Like things are not gonna happen. Like they don't have to pay for the things they have done or that it's not gonna happen. It's like, come on, y'all see the stuff happening right here in front of y'all face. Y'all hear the elders and the warriors talk about this stuff and it's stuff be happening right after. It's like, but the Most High gives people strong delusions, so it's not really something we should even be mad at no more because we already know what's going to happen. We already know 1/3 is going to be saved and 2/3 gotta go, and they are part of that 2/3.
man, shoot, I want to see you brothers do a room one day, cause you know that they found freaking Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying? They found a brimstone, two male skeletons laying in the bed together, cut it up. I I want to see that community right react to that and try to disprove it. Like I've never seen that before. I would love to see a room with that.
Oh yeah, you can send the link to that.
No, that's what I'm sending now.
Send that to the top, brother. That's
Salakia, Malakim. Can someone bring out the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 8, verse 11 through 13? Baba Kushah.
Con. You said 11 through 13, chapter 8.
Khan.
Con. This is Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verses 11. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. Though a sinner do evil 100 times, and in his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear God, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he prolong his days, which are as a shadow, because he feareth not before God. Ah,
You can elaborate on that, Malak.
Salakia. So somebody can be. A lot of us always wonder, like, how the hell are all these wicked men? Well, those of us that barely coming into the truth and just be unlearned, right? We used to think, damn, all these wicked ass men, and we didn't see them as wicked then. But how the hell are they still alive? How you got these Rothschilds looking like they about 200, walking around in a beanbag suit, and they still alive? You got all these people from the 1910s still walking the earth, rich as hell. They got their time coming. This is their heaven. That's what one thing I had to learn was that this is their heaven. And that regardless of the sins that they do, just because they live in long doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. So don't think just because, you cut away in the corner somewhere or you doing something that you think he don't see that he ain't going to get you And if you don't get judged or dealt with in a week, that it's not gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You're gonna get it, and it's gonna catch your ass off by surprise. Like he said, I'm gonna come like a thief in the night. Catch you slipping, man. Your day's gonna be so good the whole day. Like, damn, today was up. No, it ain't. I just got checked, and you're gonna wonder why. And it's for something that happened about a year, 2 years ago. You ain't even know. So there's no escaping the Most High or His judgment, man. It doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter what you think you did right the next day. If you did something crazy, man, it's coming. That's why everybody needs to repent ASAP. Repent and do not go back. Don't do it. That's a hard lesson to learn because one day it might be something that happened that should have never happened, and you wish never happened. So let's straighten up, Israel. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Let's keep
Salakia.
walking. Con.
How can
Yeah.
I post that link at the top, man, for the elder?
Just send it to me. I'll put it up. Send it to me on my
Con.
back chat. Yeah, Salakia, real quick. People don't understand the judgment of the Most High, right? If you guys notice, their birth rate of the Edomites are extremely low, right? They're slowly being diminished from this earth. But we understand through the prophecies what their end is going to be, right? Go to Job 14 and verse 4. Start at 4. We're going to link it with a couple of other precepts. Just to add on to us thinking that the wicked, them not being judged. Because some of our people don't, they wonder that, right? Why are these wicked people living? They got all the money. They live long lives. Their children inherit certain things. But behind the scenes, the Most High is doing His work and diminishing them little by little until He completely destroys them. Look at Job 14 and 4 real quick.
Con. This is Job chapter 14 and verse 4. Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one.
Right. Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean thing? Not one. Right? A righteous, if you're not righteous, you're living wicked, nothing, no good fruit will come out of you. It's going to be nothing but wickedness. And we understand that the wicked was established on this earth to play their role. Right? Esau is that one with that serpent with that crooked spirit. Right? Read on, verse 5.
Seeing his days are determined, the number of his months are with thee.
Right. It says, seeing his days are determined, the numbers of his months are with thee. Right? They will try to extend their kingdom. Right? And they believe that by keeping the children of Israel in sin, right, the Most High will not connect with us and they can keep extending their kingdom. But guess what? Their bounds has been set already. Right? Read on.
Thou hast appointed his bounds that he cannot pass.
Right. It says that. It says, thou has appointed his bounds that he cannot pass. So no matter what they do, no matter which craft sorcery they do, no matter what mad scientists things they get into, or all manners of wickedness, right? Guess what? Their appointed bounds will not go past what the Most High has assigned it to be, right? So let's not get envy of them and feel like the Most High is not judging them, because trust me, He is, right? The wicked will not escape His judgment. Go to Proverbs 2 and 22.
Con Slacky, I was on mute. Proverbs 2, verse 2.
Right? Yeah, 2 and
Can y'all
22.
hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Con.
we hear you.
But
Go
the
ahead.
wicked shall
We hear you,
con.
King.
But the wicked shall be cut off from the earth, and the transgressors shall be rooted out of it.
Right, right. It says, but the wicked shall be cut off from the earth, and the transgressors, right, shall be rooted out. All right. So you might think in your mind that they're not being judged, right? That certain things is not happening to them. Because I've had people ask me that. Even my own mother asked me that, right? If God loves us so much, why is it that they are the ones ruling, and why is it that it doesn't look like they're being judged? A lot of them live to be about 90, 100 years old in some cases, right? But trust me, the Most High is destroying them slowly but surely. All right. Let's go to Let's go to Psalms 37 and 9 real quick. While we show.
Con. Psalm 37 verse 9. For evildoers shall be cut off, but those wait upon Yahweh, they shall inherit the earth.
Right, they shall inherit the earth. We understand that the earth is gonna we got next, right? But we gotta wait patiently. The evildoers, they will be cut off at the end of it. All right, read on.
Con. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yeah, thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be.
Right. You already know. You gotta know. I know the precepts are coming in your mind. The prophecies at the end of them, man. Right. It says, "For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be." Right. They're gonna be destroyed. Right. Obadiah 1 and 18. There's a few other scriptures we can get into that shows you the end prophecies. Right. So don't envy them and not worry about what's going on, because guess what? Listen to what's gonna happen next. Verse 11.
Con. But the meek shall inherit the earth.
The meek shall what?
Inherit the earth.
Read on.
And shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace.
In the abundance of peace. It's going to be a time where there's going to be peace on this earth again. Right? There's not going to be wars. Right? There's not going to be famine. There's not going to be homosexuality anymore or lesbianism. All right? No LGBTQ and wicked government. All right? None of that is going to happen. Read on, verse 12.
The wicked plotteth against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth.
Salakia, you could drop it off. I didn't even want that. But yeah, Khan, that's the point is, we just gotta wait patiently, and the Most High will take care of everything else. The wicked they're not gonna be around forever. Their bounds has already been established by the Most High God. We just gotta endure, and I yield with that.
Con, Ari, that question is asked a lot. I ain't gonna go through everything, but give me second edges on 4 and 5, brother. What Ari said, it's a measure. What the scripture says, a measure in the time that he cannot pass, and we gotta wait the time. But Edris was a prophet that was known for thinking like that and asking the Lord all the time. We keep your laws, we keep your statutes, and how is the heathens? I go through the heathens and I see riches and wealth. He was known for doing that. You see what I'm saying? But those are just honest questions. The Lord didn't get mad at him and showed the angel and break it down to him. But those are honest questions. A lot of our people think that, well, damn, we supposed to be the children of Israel. And when is our time coming? It's a certain time. Okay? Read.
This is 2 Ezra chapter 4, verse 5. And I said, tell on, my Lord. Then said he unto me, go thy way. Weigh me the weight of the fire.
Right, that's second Ezra 4 and 5, right? Second Ezra 4 and 35.
Okay, that's still a deep scripture, though.
Yeah, it is. It's all deep, but I just want to get the basic. But that whole chapter is deep because it's what we ask. We always ask when is our time coming. But I want to go to the basic. What Ari was talking about in Job 14 and 5, that the man has a certain time. Read.
Did not the souls also of the righteous ask question of these things in their chambers?
See, the souls of the righteous always asking, what is our time? What did Peter asked Yahushua? He said, what should we get for losing all things? Yahushua told him 100 folds. So the soul of the righteous is always going to ask these questions. Read on.
Saying, how long shall I hope on this fashion?
How long should we hope on this fashion? Come on.
When cometh the fruit of the floor of our reward.
When cometh the fruit of our reward. So man have always asked, when we gonna get our reward, Lord? The heathens and all of this is flowing with wealth. When are we gonna get our reward? Read on.
unto these things Uriel, the archangel, gave them answer, and said, even when the number of seeds is filled in you, for he hath weighed the world in the balance.
See that the Lord has a time period. Just like Ari was talking about in Job 14 and 5, the Lord has a certain time when he's going to do it. And you can't rush over that, man. You have to be patient. You have to walk the walk. You have to take your strides. Okay? You have to take it. Read on.
By measure hath he measured the times,
By measure have he measured the times. Come on.
and by number hath he numbered the times.
Come on.
And he doth not move, nor stir them,
Until,
until the said
come on.
until the said measure be fulfilled.
Like you see the little thing that they used to have with the sand, and the sand going down and down and down until it's measured. So the Most High got a certain time. Okay, we want to rush the time. Of course, we want to rush the time. Why? Because of what we're seeing on an everyday basis. That's what the Book of Jude is talking about too. They vex us with their spirit, with their unrighteousness. The ungodly vexes us. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not even striving to be like, striving for righteousness. And we got to deal with it day and day. But there's a certain time, and there's that the Lord has. And he's not going to move before his time. It's just what it is. So what we got to do is lock in, comfort each other with these scriptures, and build up. Keep building. But the Most High got his time. But we see that the time is approaching because we see everything that's going on, and we see things unfolding in front of our face. So that should encourage us and let us know that the time is near. With that, I yield.
Hey, Daniel, what scripture did you bring out? Oh, Manesha, 1 second. I'll give it right to you. Which scripture did you just bring out? Second Ezra is what?
Second Ezra
Second Ezra,
5. Salaki, go ahead, you got it.
yeah, it was Second Ezra 4:35 to 37.
Okay, Khan. All praises. Go ahead, Manesha, you got it.
Oh no. You know, even the scripture tells you the woman cried unto the Lord. Who's the woman? Israel. So in Revelation, I'm kind of fizzling out. I'm saying, but and that's another thing I wanted to go a little backward because a lot brothers say, he's gonna come out as a thief in the night. You guys hear me? It says I have right connection. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you. You broke up a little bit, but you're good now. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm on the woods right now. So I was saying, like, everybody remember what happened in 2K. There was a lot of brothers, and even there's Israelites camps that are teaching, like, they know for security, like, they teach with a spirit of, oh, it's going to happen tomorrow. Don't worry about what's going to go on. Like, whatever if your wife want to go on vacation, don't worry about it. And they're teaching in a certain spirit of fear, like it's guaranteed that he's coming tomorrow, when nobody knows the day or time, and there's certain Israelite camps that are teaching in this spirit, because what happened in 2K, there was a lot of brothers that were faking it. They weren't really, they were just there for the trend, kum yasharala, this and that, and when they found out 2K was not real, a lot of Israelites left, because they were expecting that 2K. So all I wanted to say, just imagine the Lord told you, I'm coming back, such and such. That a lot of us, we will be faking the funk. We will hide our sins for a second. For we just put it in our bosom, and we just gotta keep on working. It's hard. It's hard. A lot of brothers trying to. There's certain brothers have tough stains than others. I always tells us, encourages us.
to work on each other. That's all I wanted to.
God, non-stop, suffering not each other to sin, keep each other accountable, non-stop correction until to the day of his return, man. Gotta happen. Salakia though, what we was just talking about a little bit ago, that man opened up a room called "Bring the Facts," Dr. Copeland, and it's called Hebrew Israelites, homophobic and chauvinistic? Question mark. Oh man, room kind of lacking right now. There's only 31 people in there, but y'all struck a nerve with that man last night or yesterday, and
You
he's
talking about doctor?
yes.
Yeah,
Listen, shower part.
he's still scoffing me right now in my inbox.
Oh my goodness, he was mad. I don't think. I think his pride was hurt more because there was a lot of people that really follow him that he got embarrassed in front of, because none of the things he was saying yesterday made any sense at all, and what he was saying was false. So they put him on the spot, and he got caught with his pants down, so to speak. So now he in a room trying to have everybody lick his wounds, and he can't really recover from that in this community. It's just not going to happen, because anytime he comes around now, we already know what it is. And the fact that he's still bothering you, like, he don't even have to message you. Why is he messaging you? That's crazy. He's super hurt, man. Yesterday's room was amazing, and all praises to the Most High, man. Y'all did a great job.
Hey, he to my bring the facts. I'm trying to tell you, they always run from that Sodom and Gomorrah because they found a location, man. Like they got brimstone and everything, Like man, they found it. Like they found it back in 2015, bro. Like damn, they got uh, like the city in which they found it, like freaking most of the bones, man, so there's mostly men, and like they're like laying in the bed together, or they're like wrapped together type shit, and you see like brimstone all over the city, whatever like that, and it's just a whole bunch of men skeletons and so forth like that. But yeah, he talking about bringing facts, and that can easily be debunked because then you would have to try to debunk goddamn freaking archaeology, which is crazy.
Right. And you know what's crazy, Akaz, is that the Most High could come down himself. He can come down himself, even when Yahweh Shai get back, and they're gonna spit in his face, man. I mean, that's just what's gonna happen. That's why there's gonna be a lot of death, man, when he gets back. Because it doesn't matter what you tell them, what you show them, they're just demons, man. That's it. So, everybody got their reward. Um, at some point, man, they just gonna have to just come out and admit that, they know they're wrong, and they know that they just hate the Most High. Just say it. Stop making excuses. Or just say, yeah, I don't believe in him, but if he was real, I don't like him. Straight up. Just say that. At least some people say, that's not my God. You know what I mean? Just be honest, man. I think that's what makes it worse, is that you're not honest. You're lying. You're arrogantly ignorant. And it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm about to ask if you want to debate Priest Danya Allah. I'll probably have Priest Danya Allah eat his food.
Tell him you're gonna eat your cornbread. Yo, I swear, man. Copeland need to go somewhere, man. I, these profiles made on Clubhouse is just like Wikipedia. You can add whatever you want there, and people gonna eat that shit up. Salakia. What's he telling you?
I'm gonna put in my profile the guy that shut down Doctor whatever his name is. I'm gonna say I'm a geneticist on top of his PhD.
Get them PhDs out of here, man.
kind
Right.
of.
Everybody need to put on their profile that we all got PhDs. That's what we need to do, and that we some type of biochemist.
Yeah, we got priesthood degrees, man. We got PhD, man. Priesthood.
Yeah, it's so funny, man. It was hilarious. Yesterday was fun, man. Yeah, it was a great room, a great build, and of course, all those evil people are always going to show up.
Ain't none of that fake education fascinating us. Now, we are not fascinated with their so-called credentials, man. With
And
our
you know
South Park, we give that the ejectocito.
the ejectocito, right? And he's just harassing me, saying we don't really know nothing. He just assumed that all Israelites is jailbirds, and what I'm saying, we either work at McDonald's or we got a third grade education, and we just niggas that can't make it in Esau society, right? And he don't even realize, like, when it comes to the spirit of the Lord, it don't matter, man. You could work at McDonald's or you could have your own business, right? You could be a boss of your own business. It don't matter if the spirit of the Lord is on you, it's just on you. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter what kind of status you got when it comes to Esau society. You know what I'm saying? Joseph went from a prisoner in Egypt in the jail to the vice regent, man, second under Pharaoh, within a blink of an eye, because of the Most High God, man. So it don't really matter what kind of status you got in this earth. If the Most High God is dealing with you with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, He just dealing with you. But he feel like Esau gives him his validation. That's his problem.
We are immune to any shaming tactic on any level these so-called scholars use against us. When they express themselves in ways as such, it only proves how envious they are of those who do have the Ruach HaKodesh and the angels of the Abba encamping around them.
I mean, that's why. Go ahead,
Con.
Naveen.
Now you got it, King. I was just gonna touch up on what Shaw Paul brought out, how the Most High raises men and bring them down. But go ahead, King. You got it.
Nah, bring it out.
Yeah. Let me see. Which one do I want? Go to Daniel 2:2 and 20. I was just gonna touch on the point, but I guess I can add a scripture to it.
Uh, this is Daniel chapter 2 and verse 20. Daniel answered and said, "Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are His,
Right? Wisdom and might are the Most High's. Right? Read on.
and He changeth the times and the seasons. He removeth kings and setteth up kings. He giveth wisdom unto the wise and knowledge to them that know understanding."
Right. So he removeth kings. He could bring you to a lower state. We see tons of examples. Nebuchadnezzar was one of them. Right? In the scriptures, the Most High can lift you and he can put you on the lower state too. He's in control of everything. He decides who he grants wisdom and understanding. Right? So your level, your status of what you are doesn't determine how God works with you. Right? You could be a rich man and Most High could be using you. You could be a poor man and work at McDonald's and the Most High still use you. So yeah, that's how you can tell these guys don't have any type of wisdom, man. They believe in this kingdom. Every wisdom they get is from this world. Any type of understanding is from this system, right? So, you know, and that's not understanding, and that's not true wisdom. They're still being wicked, you know. Because according to the scriptures, having a good understanding is to depart from evil, and they do not do that. But go ahead, you got it. I just wanted to touch on the point.
No, actually, that's a great point. And it's funny because that's the epitome of indoctrination. which is the foolishness of this world, as the scriptures say. And what you was talking about, they don't have understanding. There's only one way you can get that. Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 6, verse 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh my power commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. So if you ain't got what the Most High didn't give you, how can you therefore have the understanding? You can't. It's impossible. And that's why you're dealing with the wisdom of this world, which is foolishness to God. And that's why you will always come up here talking about how you'll come up here and talk about how they don't tell the gender of the baby by what they see on the body. Salakia, my wife's calling me real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's true. That's, for you to say that me looking, a child be born. Let's say my son was born, right, as a baby, and I can see his private part, that he has a male private part, right? But no, I can't look at that, right? I have to look at some chromosome, and I gotta look at something else to tell me that my son is a boy or that is a girl, right? That's pure confusion, man, right? So that's the understanding of this world and the so-called wisdom of this society, right? That they take things that are common sense and twist it to be something crazy, you know. Um, you go to Job 28 and 28, it tells you what understanding is. It's to depart from evil. And our people refuse to do that. This is why they lack understanding. It's just that simple. All right.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh,
yeah. You can bring that out if you want, just for the edification. Job 28 and 28.
con. Hey, Shalom, Mariella.
Shalom, shalom, family.
Shalom, King. Shalom. Salakia, Israel. Kind of on a low mode right now. Just trying to take care of some things, and I'm not feeling that great. I apologize. I'm not bringing out my words right. Salakia on that. But yeah, bring that Job 28 and 28.
Con. This is Job chapter 28, verse 28. And unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Con.
All right, explain on tables. That's it.
Right. There's no secret meaning behind it. Stop saying that's you're interpreting it wrong. It says what it says.
Hey yo, Ariel, you working today? Is he still on the stage?
He actually might be on a call right now because I think he was up here yesterday, but he was working, so he might be dealing with a phone call right now.
Okay. Yeah, Salaki, I yield though.
Uh, I wonder if I'm pretty sure it would happen, but if you had Joel Osteen bringing out this truth how it's supposed to be, I'm sure everybody would listen, and I bet you anything he would be even richer. I swear, man, because like the title says, Edomites don't determine what's woke. They don't, but Israel will only listen if it's coming from them. It's unfortunate.
Khan, I was just about to quote that, man. Just because he's an Edomite, the 66.6% of our dumbfounded people would gravitate toward him. Just because of that.
God.
Salakia, I was I forgot where I just saw this from. I thought I'd inform everybody. Um, it says there are recall alerts, ground beef, E. coli contamination, Pfizer recalls some batches of blood pressure drug over carcinogen presence, and then blankets recall due to burn and fire hazards. It say ice cream recall because of allergens, beans recall because of Listeria monocytogenes contamination. I have to look that up. And it says jerky products recall produced without benefit of inspection. Zucchini recall, possible health risk. Pain relief cream recall, risk of poisoning. Bubble bath recall, possible bacterium contamination. And tortillas recalled.
Here we go. Man, the next few months is gonna be crazy because all the stuff that they're about to throw at us, more fear-induced stories.
What they said, sister? They said bubble bath. You said bubble bath.
They said bubble bath because
You need to take.
possible bacterium contamination
Oh God,
and
you need
tortillas.
to take a bath. You need to take a bath. Man. Damn shame.
Oh shit.
How
Heck,
contaminate tortillas?
some Edomites haven't taken baths their entire lives, man. So this nothing new to them.
Man, but my thing is, how do you mess up on beans? Like beans. Come on, man. This place is wicked, man.
They probably forgot to put the pork in it.
They're resorting to weaponizing the food now, Malakim.
Con, for sure, 100%.
So they ain't take a bath for their whole life, brother. That's like chemical nuclear war right there, brother. How the hell does a man like that go walk on the earth? He ain't
Hey,
take a bath his whole life.
They was cavemen and women, so
You need a gas mask to be around him or her.
Yo,
hey, sure. That's how the Spaniards conquered the Aztecs. The plague came over there and like millions died from that plague, not taking them baths. That shit crazy.
I live out here in San Antonio. They got this food chain. It's called HEB, big food chain. And I used to work there. There's a lot of Elamites out here, and at that particular store, they used to frequent quite regularly. And every time they would come into my line, man, like I would have to work on my lung capacity because literally you didn't want to breathe. Your throat would hurt. Your eyes would burn. It was bad. It was bad. They really stunk. No baths whatsoever. And when you're walking around in San Antonio, there's a kind of stink that gets to you if you outside too long, from all the pollen and the humidity and whatever the hell else is in this air. But on top of them not showering, I mean, I don't think there's a worse type of a stink that I've smelt on a human being than that, man. It was disgusting. I just didn't understand it, man. Walking in the grocery store with this food, people losing their appetites because they walking right by you right away. So yeah,
Elam is terrible with that. Yeah, I know Elam too. A lot of people talk about him, but Elam, and they women too.
musty.
You could go tell Sheila, go take a bath. You smell like hell.
I
Yes.
was I was working at Great Clips. Well, I've been there for a couple years, but a lot of them come in, and this was my first time having an encounter with lice. So, the lady come in, her hair is super long and thick, And she sit down in my chair, and I'm looking like, what? I'm like, what is this? Her hair moving. And so I get a little closer before I touch it. And it's like thousands of little bugs just squirming. She's just itching. And then I tell him, like, we can't do her hair because she has lice. She got to get it treated. And, we had a bug lice treatment that we sell there. And it was like $40, a whole kit. And he was like, he went on Amazon. They so cheap too. He went on Amazon like, oh, they have the same thing for $20, so we'll just order it. I'm like, you're gonna lay next to her? Like, she looks so sad because they can't really say too much to their husbands, I guess, or whatever the case may be. But she was standing there like itching and was sad as hell. Like, you not gonna get this for me? I need it. So it's like y'all laying in the same bed, or like they be so nasty and they be coming in smelling musty. It's horrible.
Uh, I think saying they smell musty is a little too nice because that
Con.
is beyond musty, and that's foul, man. Having having lice in your hair that long and just letting it just sit like that.
Yes. Oh my gosh, my skin was crawling. It was my first time seeing it. And I'm just thinking, are they gonna hop on me? Like,
Yeah, man. The man, what was Iran, India?
yeah, they call themselves East Indian.
And the man didn't eat. Oh my God, he nasty as hell, man. He nasty as hell.
Man, if y'all wanna know a smell out this world, I'm talking about so strong, man, it'll burn your nose nostrils, man. Like, man, look. So back in 2000, 13 or 14, man, I had freaking deployed to Afghanistan and shit. I was a gunner. And like, man, we would come through some of these little small towns, man. Excuse my language, man, but it smelled like hot ass and crawfish. I mean, I'm talking about, man, they would just burn your nose hairs. Like, that's probably the most horrible smell I ever smelled. And like, man, like, this is freaking ridiculous. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, now literally, you can't freaking be patrolling through like these little towns, whatever, like that, and you'll see people squat, and they're just shit right there. You know what I'm saying? Just, just the most horrible smell ever. Just, I just can't even explain it, bro. Like, it smell like old ass crawfish. Just damn being kept out in the summer, bro, for like 40 days, and you just open the lid. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's Elam too in Afghanistan. Elam. I'm gonna say top three smelliest heathens. I'm gonna do top five. You got Elam, you got Ham, you got shit, man, Moab, Edom, and I forget who would be the fifth, but those four right there, the worst.
Cause like, which kills me, when like, you had a brother say that damn Esau is the Arabs. When I was over there, like no cap, man, I would like, I literally would see goddamn freaking so-called Arabs, man. They have blue eyes, blonde hair, but it's only like a certain portion. Like, man, I would like damn, when like you going towards like north a little bit, you'll see like the Chinese kind of freaking Arabs, man, and they'll like walk with their hands behind their back, freaking kind of like the people, man, off the little freaking kung fu movies and shit, you know, and,
Con.
and then you get towards like kind of like, well, like me, shoot, man, I was stationed up in North Afghanistan, you know what I'm saying, but we would go, you know what I'm saying, like kind of like mid a little bit, but like towards like the south, really. That's what like the freaking Taliban and shit, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? But like really going on, you would see like the ones you see off the TV and shit, with the black bears and the black robes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, like it's many goddamn ethnicities in Afghanistan. Like it's many. Like it's not just one damn race of people.
Yeah, because you got a lot of those stand countries. like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, all those stands. You got Elam, and then you got a lot of Moabites there. You just look up Uzbeki people, right? And you're gonna see all different types of people, but a lot of them, again, they look like Moab. And really, when you go into a lot of people that look like they're Moab, sometimes they do be Edomites because we know that Esau's mingled his seed amongst all men. But yeah, you got various different ethnicities in Afghanistan and the rest of the stands. But that whole Esau is the Arab shit is retarded.
Hey, and look, the book of Isaiah, it actually cuts that too because, what it talks about the Arabians shall no more pinch his tent there, but it's talking about Babylon. When, like, you look up that word, it,
God,
means a mixed people. Babylon, right?
Salakia.
Cause oh,
but
females.
go ahead, sis.
Sorry, my mom had to turn hers off. It's echoing. There's another what do you call it, article. It's about Megan Fox reveals that she and Machine Gun Kelly drink each other's blood. So she say, I guess to drink each other's blood might mislead people, or people are imagining us with goblets and we're like Game of Thrones drinking each other's blood. Fox told the magazine it's just a few drops, but yes, we do consume each other's blood on occasion for ritual purposes only. She went on to share more jaw dropping details, telling the outlet about her dabbling into the occult. She said, I read tarot cards and I'm into astrology and I'm doing all these metaphysical practices and meditations. And I do rituals on new moons and full moons and all these things. And so when I do it, it's a passage or it is used for a reason. And it is control where it's like, let's shed a few drops of blood and each drink it. So I guess that concludes the rituals and cults.
Right. You mean Megan Fox, the white woman, or them, the Israelite?
Yeah, the Edomite.
The Edomite.
That's
Oh,
the one
okay.
with
Oh my
Megan
gosh,
Fox.
man. I almost had a heart attack over here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's Megan Good.
typical of
That's
them.
Megan Good. You think about
Yeah, kind. Yeah, man. I'm going on. I'm going on.
Salaki. I thought Megan Good was an Edomite too.
Megan Good? Nah, Megan Good's not an Edomite. That's Lauren London.
Oh, con.
Yeah, but to the sister's point, yeah, that's typical of them, though. You know, I mean, a lot of them do it that we don't even know about it. You know, she just happened to just made it public, but they do it in closed doors, man. These guys do all kinds of wicked stuff in their houses. You know, but yeah, that's typical of them, and we know what the laws about. Dealing with blood, man. You know, it's madness, drinking each other's blood.
Hey, and look, I'm from Louisiana, man. That shit happen a lot. I'm talking about, like shit. Them, I know that it says up in numbers that shoot what it says, that no one can curse, Israel when the Moabite king was trying to curse, you know what I'm saying, Israel, man, but they try that shit heavy. I'm talking about, man, they putting blood in drinks, goddamn pasta and everything. Like that's why the only pasta I eat, it was from, what I'm saying, this my grandma, you know what I'm saying, or shit, that my stepmom. I don't eat pasta from nobody like down thinking my cousins, I don't eat they pasta, none of that, because man, it's a lot of that damn goddamn freaking voodoo
Voodoo.
practices going on. Like seriously, like you can go over somebody's house, man, and what you think cool as hell, and they got motherfucking Eureka's and like freaking Catholic cars and incense like in the corner and every damn thing like it's normal.
Salaki, I wouldn't put it past them if these demons was putting blood in the food that they sell already, on top of everything else they put in it.
Listen, man, I just found out that goddamn Chick-fil-A cups. There's their cups, the styrofoam cup, got a pork additive in it. So, shit, man, they putting shit in all type of inconspicuous places. So we gotta be careful
That's what's the reason? Like, what could that possibly do to help the cup?
to make us go off. And then also Chick-fil-A, their milkshakes got they got extract from beaver tails in Chick-fil-A milkshakes. So yeah, no more of
Wow.
that. You niggas eating beaver, all right? Drinking drinking beaver, man. It's crazy.
Yo, my wife is gonna be upset, and it's funny because we really only mess with Whataburger shakes. But I ain't gonna sit here and act like I ain't never had a damn shake from Chick-fil-A, man. That's foul as hell.
Kind of that lemonade John with the ice cream. That shit was fire. But again, that shit got damn beaver tail in it.
Are they putting this out? Like, is that common knowledge, or are we having to dig to find that?
Cutting out. I'm sure you got to dig, man. I really doubt that they would actually just throw it out there for everybody because they always try to hide stuff.
Yeah, especially Chick-fil-A. They be paying the most too, and they got to be sitting
All
in
of
there
them,
cleaning.
man. All of
As soon as
them.
you get up there, as soon as you drive up, man, everybody's smiling in your face, like, "Yeah, come get this abomination." Nasty.
Shit crazy, right? Shit damn if I was in the store and I seen they have a Mountain Dew hot fries drink. I was like, what in the abomination is this, man?
I won't understand when they put the flaming hot Cheetos or the hot fries for drinks, man. That
That
is a trip.
crazy. Hey,
Like,
I also seen they got like a Funyun rings too. What's called like the Funyuns or some shit like that. Man, this place is abominable.
God,
It's like Japan. Japan does a flavor for everything. I don't know if y'all seen that. They have wasabi Kit Kat.
Ugh.
Man, shit, man. I was in Afghanistan and we went to like this little small five, man. Shit, man. It was called Ghazni. It's like a small little five, man. And we seen that shit. They had a Pizza Hut there, right? Cause shit, now I was stationed at the one of the Bath, which is this big freaking Air Force base. You know what I'm saying? They had Pizza Hut, Burger King, and shit like that. So we get to this five, and we see the Pizza Hut there. So you know what I'm saying? So we get happy over shit. So freaking me and my boys, man. We damn, we take down all our shit, freaking out our truck and shit like that, and then we damn freaking go over there. So shit, damn, we see on the wall, man, they got chicken wings, goddamn, pizzas and freaking gyros and shit. So we damn freaking order about like damn like 40 wings, we just chilling, kicking it, cause we had like a 40-hour mission, right? So shit, man, we get our food, man, right? The fucking wings they give us is pigeon.
You said pigeon?
Yeah, kind of pigeon.
Well, pigeon is lawful, bro. You would have been alright.
Hey, But look though, right? Like this is the thing. Like I look at pigeons like freaking tilapia. Like where, like I don't see pigeons in the wild. Like I only see
Like,
pigeons. You know what I'm saying?
it's not so much
Well,
that.
the pigeons here in America were brought over from Europe. But a pigeon, a turtle dove, all that's the same shit, bro. That's the same
Oh,
shit.
oh, con for real?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay, con. Okay. Yeah, man, cause shit, I was like, man, look, man, the taste was so nasty, bro. You know, man, fucking disgusting.
It's not so much the pigeon for me or what they, you know what I'm saying, that it's a bird that's known to just be in the streets. For me, it's the stuff that they eat, man. Like they be in all type of nastiness. Like I wouldn't just eat a pigeon that
Right.
somebody just made off the street. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
they
Yeah.
dirty,
Don't
man.
don't
All
don't
they
eat
do
don't eat no
shit
pigeon
all
in
over
New
the
York
place. They dirty. Oh God, New York's the worst, man.
or
The
in Atlanta.
dirtiest.
The ones that be roaming in like the camp.
Right, where they can actually eat food off the grass. But damn,
It's
man,
so
them pigeons in
dirty
the
as shit,
streets.
man.
I mean, have you
They are
seen?
rascal wings.
Right, and they be when they be going, there's blood in it. Like, what are you eating that got having blood in that, man? It's disgusting.
New
Hey,
York, the pigeon is terrible, man. It's New York's just a dirty city, man. If anybody know New York, they say the Big Apple, the Rotten Apple. This joint is dirty as hell.
That's right. I liken it to Nineveh. I mean, New York is bloody.
Salakia, man, you went out.
Yeah, you in the Matrix.
Salakia, what time did Shower Park open the room up? At 7, 8 o'clock y'all time?
Yeah, I think he needs to close
Um,
in 5 minutes.
yeah, two, he said.
Yeah, we're gonna shut it down at 2 or maybe a little after that. But if you're in the audience, if you guys got any questions or anything to add to the topic, raise your hand. Come up to the stage. We're gonna be shutting things down like around 2 or a little after that. Sure, brothers will probably set up some type of chill room later. But as for this room, we'll probably be shutting things down around that time. So if you got anything to add to the topic, just come up to the stage. And any questions, just come up to the stage.
Yeah, I see y'all were all down there, in the audience.
Hey, Salakia, real quick, on that beaver secretions, that's in a lot of that's used as a sweetener, and it's labeled under artificial flavors. So anything like artificial flavors cover a lot of grotesque stuff, and beaver anus secretion is one of them. So
Ugh. Yo, you know what's nasty? They got this coffee that these I forget what the cats are called in the wild, but these cats literally, like, they'll feed them, or not even what they feed them, what they digest, and they'll poop that stuff out and as the coffee mix. So people are drinking caca coffee, literally. And it's I think it's the
con.
most expensive. I think it's the most expensive coffee in the world. So you literally paying a lot of money for shit to put in your coffee. It's retarded, man. I don't Salakia for the language, but that stuff is nasty.
yeah,
Con.
it's called I think a civet is CIVET, something like that. Civet, Ethiopians do that. Yeah, that's disgusting, bro. It's a civet cat.
That's
Everything we've been eating and drinking is just disgusting, man. This is abomination, man. I'm telling you, the things they put in. They talk about the wings. They were saying they always something over the Facebook or something talking about they discovered 500 pounds of rat meat and boneless wings or some craziness like that. Like you don't know what these devils is doing. These demons, especially Moab, man. You know these aborted babies, all type of stuff is eating. We don't know what the hell we eating, man. Most I got to come back to put this place to an end now, cause it's just been an abomination. You try to eat clean, try to go to Whole Food or wherever you go. It's expensive as hell, but you don't know what they doing in Whole Food. That's why you gotta understand this demon Bill Gates. He's buying up all the farmland now. To poison the food.
Buying up all the farmland. And I remember that started off with there's a company called Monsanto, and they was buying out farmers, and the farmers that wouldn't give in to what they was trying to do, they would kind of stall them out and do something that would make them have to sell because they wanted them to use their seeds. And then once you use their seeds, whatever you had left over or whatever they had left over, they weren't even allowed to use. Man, yeah, this place is nasty. I mean, how can people not be tired of this place? It makes no sense.
Yeah, I know. This was years back, but it was a flood in Mississippi, and the government was trying to get these farmers to sell their land, or big corporates or something like that, trying to get these farmers to sell their land, and they wouldn't sell. So when that flood came, like there's a lot of levees and stuff along the Mississippi, so it won't flood. So up north, they breached the levees, so it flooded out the plains, the farmland in the south, and kind of forced those farmers down there, to sell because they destroyed their land and their crops for the year and all that good stuff. So yeah, these people are wicked, man. They're diabolical.
Hey, that's the same thing happened up in New Orleans. Like, like shit. Damn, shit. I got a lot of family, that like used to live down there. Like, they talking about shoot. What I'm saying? They heard explosions, man. What I'm saying? Before the flood came. You know.
God, yeah, this place is finished, been finished. We just waiting in line. And Salakia, so brother Irie is 2 o'clock where y'all are at. I don't think anybody else is trying to come up. I don't know if you want to shut it down so you don't lose the replay.
Yeah, Khan, Salakia. All right, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and shut it down. Like I said, I'm sure some other rooms will be open through the day because I know Israel, one of them, stay fed in the spirit through the scriptures. But to everybody for being part of the room. This is a great room. All right. All praises and honor to the Most High, Yahweh Shem Shai. Israel, keep enduring. All right. Don't forget to follow the room. All right. So that way, when we have rooms like this, you can be part of the conversation. All right. On to the next one. Qum Yashala Israel. We still got next Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.